Back with some more Sword Art Online, continuing where we left off last week. I have been looking forward to this all day. If you saw my Treasure Cruise team, Treasure Map team breakdown video that I posted, we didn't stream yesterday. I got that video recorded though, but because my throat was a little sore, I think it may have been like pollen and stuff like that bothering it from my allergies. And if y'all have ever been to North Carolina, you know the pollen here is like atrocious, and it's been super windy the past couple days. So I think like that kind of like messed me up there, but I was able to get the video recorded, although I had to do it like quickly because of like the discomfort of how it was talking. Today's a lot better though, obviously. So we're gonna go ahead and jump straight into SAO and continue where he left off. Isn't that right, Haley? It should be a lot of fun. We're going to do at least one chapter of it. We'll see how long it takes to clear this chapter, and just go from there. The blue icon is what we're looking for. But I'm excited. I'm excited to jump in here. Also, if you saw the Treasure Map Teams video, So I was saving my Rainbow Tavern medals, just like everybody was, for what we thought was going to be Loki and... the Loki release. Well, no, Loki and, because I think when Loki drops, it's not just going to be Loki. I think it's going to be two legends, so that way they can have, like, both are on part 1, one's on part 2, one's on part 3, just like they did with Gunko and Shamrock. I think it's a lock that it's going to be Loki and Gabon, which, I said this before, I'm so much more excited for a Gabon legend than I am a Loki legend. I love Loki. He's an awesome character. I don't think there's a One Piece fan that doesn't like Loki, but you know me, you know I love Roger. And I love the Roger Pirates. I haven't been able to just because of... other stuff going on in my life. Y'all know I was in the process of getting like all my tattoos finally and stuff like that. You know, I got from like here to here the 2 Robin tattoos and the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Killer Queen one. And obviously I was continuing before I had to stop, I actually had to cancel the appointment because of stuff going on with my health and stuff like that. I wasn't able to make the appointment. But on my leg, I'm going to get Gold Roger and Odin. So, that's to say, like, I love the Roger Pirates. So that's why, like, I'm super, super interested in, okay, well, let's fight this dude, because this seems cool that he's got, like, this miasma around him. I'm super excited for a Gabon legend more than a Loki legend. I think that would be cool. I think when Loki drops, one of the rare recruits is going to be Ripley. Since we got the Colin free-to-play unit. Because I started thinking, I was like, there's no, like, Ripley. So I think we're going to get a Ripley rare recruit. And maybe a Roto where he's not in, like, the cosplay outfit. Also, I want to start by saying thank you so much to Night Archives for the follow that happened yesterday overnight. Thank you so much. I don't know if they followed from seeing maybe the Treasure Cruise video and the team's breakdown, but yeah, I was very lucky that I got the Rainbow Tavern medals I was saving for the next Super Sugo Fest whenever Loki drops and hopefully Gabon. Since obviously instead it was this random Ace and Orange Jr. that none of us were expecting it to be, I used my Rainbow Tavern medals. I had enough for 4 pulls exactly, and I used them on part 1 because if you did it on part 1 going to 4, you were guaranteed one of the new characters. So I was like, okay, cool, that'll make the treasure map a little easier. And also only on part 1 Sanji and Reiju were available. And I've been wanting Sanji and Reiju pretty much since they came out. But with the royalty tag recently getting some like good buffs with Vivi 6+ evolution. Obviously, now the Reiju's going to get 6+ evolution, which I'm excited about that. After how good the Vivi was adapted, I can't wait to see what they're going to do with Summer Reiju. Because I like Summer Reiju. Summer Reiju and Summer Vivi were just really good characters in general to have on your account. So now they're even better. Because no matter what happens with Reiju, they can't make her worse. You would assume. They'd have to go out their way to make her worse. But, yeah, I think... I mean, so I went ahead and I did that, and I got lucky that on the third multi, I got both Ace and Ors Jr. and Sanji and Reiju. And then on the fourth multi, I got Lons, which I wanted Lons more than John Giant just because I liked what he could do better than John Giant. I thought they were both good rare recruits, and they both have great supports. Keep an eye out on them for good supports. But Lons was the better of the two and had the better support. Because attaching to any Marineford arc character and being able to remove 2 turns of Special Bind for your whole crew, love it. Love it, love it, love it. Like, yeah, it is restricted to the Marineford only characters, but that doesn't change that that's a good support ability. So I'm excited. Wednesday we're going to do the treasure map stream again, like how we've done recently. I don't know if it will be like at lunchtime or if it'll be later in the day. It just depends on like what's available with my work schedule. But either way, we will be streaming the treasure map Wednesday, so that'll be really cool. So check out those teams on the YouTube video if y'all need help with your treasure map teams. Even if you only got Ace and Ors, it can give you a good like starting block for building your teams around if you have one or none of the rare recruits. Not necessarily just Lons. I actually put a comment in there asking, somebody did ask, saying like, oh, they only got Ace and Ors, what could be swapped out for Lons? So just check the comments in there. I did respond to that about team building if you had everyone but Lons. So hopefully that'll help y'all out. But yeah, that'll be fun Wednesday. I'm excited for the treasure map. While I'm doing like my off-stream treasure map grinding, I'm going to continue watching Naruto. Like I said, I'm right there at the end of it. All I have left is Sasuke's story, Shikamaru's story, and then the epilogue about Naruto and Hinata's wedding. So I'll probably at least get Sasuke's story watched this week. Possibly Shikamaru's, because Shikamaru's my guy, so I might just get excited and go into it. But yeah, I'm excited to see that. After I finish Naruto, I think it goes without saying, I'm gonna go. Well, I don't know, maybe not without saying. I know other people they don't like Boruto, but I watched Boruto when it was on his Toonami run. I know it didn't show all the episodes, so there is a point where I'll get to stuff I've never seen before, and I'm excited. I know the manga is a lot different than the anime. But I enjoyed the anime either way, so we'll check it out. Or I'm going to check it out once I finish Naruto. After I finish Naruto, and finally, actually, I forgot about this, watch The Last. I've never seen The Last. I've seen every Naruto movie but The Last. And isn't there 1 or 2 Boruto movies? If there is, I haven't seen them. Like I said, I only saw the Boruto anime, every episode that was on during the Toonami run. Nothing past that. Just keep y'all updated on, like, what I am watching currently outside of, like, my anime special, like my night that I have every Saturday because of my autism. Like, during the week whenever I want to watch TV or anime and stuff, I'm watching, rewatching Black Clover to get ready for the 2nd season, but also to show Asta where his name came from. Funny enough, he doesn't react when they say it on the TV. Which they say it a lot, obviously, he's the main character, but he doesn't, like, react to it at all. He's smart. He knows it's not, like, anybody, like, actually around here, like, calling him. They're both smart. You're smart, too, Haley. We had a lot of fun just playing before stream, didn't we? We were watching, Pokemon anime while we were, playing. Now they've gotten used to hearing the Pokemon theme song cut on. They know that means I'm about to, like, get down on the ground and, like, play with them and stuff like that, so it's funny. As soon as he heard the Johto theme song, he came running up to me. It was really sweet. Where's the exit? This way. Yeah, we had fun playing, didn't we? We had a lot of fun. What do we have to get to? Floor 40? And then we know it once it gets like to 30, I'm guessing there's going to be another boss fight. Dead end. Let's pray, Manus enemies, I just realized they're very, like, One Punch Man looking, if you ask me. I don't know, they just look like I could just see Saitama, like, punching one of them in, like, two. I don't know, I know it's, like, really specific to say, but that's just the first thing that came to my head, like, that's what they look like. Yeah, I'm watching the Pokemon anime, I'm watching Naruto, close to the end of it, like I said. Rewatching Dragon Ball Z, like while I'm like working and stuff like that. I'm in the Cell Saga, kind of near the end of it. The episode I saw, the last episode I saw when I was working today, 16 got like smashed to pieces when his self-destruct didn't work. And Cell said, "Yeah, okay, anyway," just like. Just turned them into scrap metal. The best laid plans, man. Poor 16. You think he would have, like, noticed because it was him? I do like that they changed it to, like, a bunch of big monsters now. That's kind of cool. I'm not gonna fight. We fought the one guy that had miasma, and it was a long time we were fighting him. You think 16 would have noticed before, like... Oh, yeah, they took the bomb out of me. Like, you know, you'd think he would have, like, felt that. Alright, let's get ready for the boss fight here. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was thinking, like, each time this is gonna be a, rehash of the enemies we fought in Ancient Apostles, isn't it? The SAO enemies. That means one's going to be Fatal Scythe. I guess it's just for, like, the nostalgia of it. But it is weird after fighting them before, like fighting the Kobold King, now we're fighting Gleam Eyes. Sauce and Gleam Eyes over here. Man, fighting the Kobold King was a nightmare. When we were, not Kirito. Who all was in that party? Eldrie. Oh, man, I forgot how fun it was to play as Eldrie. Yeah, I've had a rough, couple of days recently, Chad. It wasn't a good weekend. It was not a good weekend at all. I'll just say that. To the point that today, I had trouble getting up out of bed. Like I said, I wasn't feeling good, so I got up, like, way later. And, I got up and I made me food, and I was gonna make myself, like, dinner also tonight. But then it got to the point in, like, the late afternoon where pretty much all day I'd been thinking, like... Y'all know me. Y'all know I like Dunkin' Donuts. I just needed, like, a pick-me-up or whatever. But I was like, nah, I'm not going to get it. But then I was like, you know what? This work I'm doing right now, the only work that's available today, it wasn't good work, and I was already like feeling bad from the terrible weekend. I was like, you know what? Let's get Dunkin' for like dinner. So I had and because sometime soon, sometime in August, they're going to switch over to their fall menu, and I think when they do, they're going to get rid of peanut butter. And I really, really like, in the past month, I think was the first time I got it. Let's finish him off with a big move. Or not. Or Alice will just kill him. Make me look like a fool. I got that peanut butter Dunkin' Latte. I've never gotten a Dunkin' Latte before. That peanut butter one, I was like, God damn, this shit is good. And then realizing it was a summer-only drink, I was like, oh no, it's going to be gone. And here I am having it for the first time in, like, the last few weeks it's going to be available. But,
now we're talking!
Yeah, it's good. So for a pick-me-up today, I got me, like, that for dinner. The peanut butter Dunkin' Latte and the bacon, egg, and cheese on a plain bagel. And, dude, when they do it right, oh my god. You know when you get your mouth set for, like, a specific meal? Like, just think about, like, some of your, like, favorite restaurants or stuff like that. You know when you get your mouth set right for a specific meal, and then you either go to the restaurant, you pick it up, you get it delivered, whatever, and you have it, and they cooked it, like, the best that they could, that's the best. Like, because, you know, like, getting food out places, or, God forbid, getting food delivered, you know, sometimes... we've all been there where sometimes it's been, like, shitty. Stuff has been missing or something like that. But, man, when I really needed that today, dude, they came through clutch, man. The coffee was made perfect. The sandwich, the bacon, egg, and cheese was phenomenal. It was perfect, too. They didn't, like, burn. Sometimes they burn the bagel and stuff like that. Hell, sometimes they burn the bacon or put the wrong cheese on there. That was perfect. And then, they just lined up all these treasure chests for me. I'll take them. I got the ice cream cake, donut, because, again, it's for summer only, and I actually really like it a lot. I'm not a big chocolate person, but I like cookies and cream, and that one's really, really freaking good. Like, I actually really like that donut a lot. And I guess because I ordered it later in the day, since I got it for like dinner time, so around like 6 p.m. They're trying to, you know, get rid of the stuff that they have. They don't want it to like go into the next day or go bad or anything like that. So they gave me two of the donuts. So I only paid for like one. And there's a deal on DoorDash where it's like if you spend $15, this is also why I wanted to go ahead and get it. It was like if your order's like $15, they were gonna give you a free refresher. So I was like, yeah, cool. Like I did that like last week when I ordered groceries. Like I was telling you, like usually when I get groceries, I might like get like breakfast delivered too, just so like again a little pick me up and stuff like that. It's the small things, especially like when you have bad stuff going on in your life, like I have had. The small things, like they mean so much. You know what I mean? I always talk about that. So I was like, oh, cool, like that free refresher, like, yeah, I don't know how long this deal's going to be here, but that helps me, like, justify, like, getting that now, because it was another thing that could help, like, pick me up for, like, how bad I was feeling coming off of the weekend and stuff like that. So, I actually got it here because, obviously, I can't drink 2 drinks at the same time. So I just take the ice out of it with, like, a fork. And then just put it in the refrigerator, and now I got like this cherry limeade here to like drink like while we're streaming and stuff like that. So that made me like that made me happy that when I needed it, like just something small like that, just you know something to make me happy or something like that. When I needed it most, it came through clutch for me. So that was pretty cool because we've been fighting through and going through a lot of stuff like personally, chat. Like I've talked about that before. Like I don't dwell on that because, like, we're here to have fun. Like, games are escapes and stuff like that. But that really meant a lot today. That made me feel good. Hey, thank you so much, Night Raid, for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. We're in the middle of the blooming of the, I think it's Matricea? I think that's how you pronounce it. which is the second DLC in Sword Art Online Alicization Lycoris. And this is the 5th game in the SAO Gameverse. We've been playing through all of them in order so far. So whenever we finish this DLC, we only have 4, I believe 4 more Arcane Arsenals. And when we beat those, we'll be done with this game and we'll be moving on to the final SAO game in the Gameverse series. There's SAO games that have come out after this, or after the last Gameverse game, but only 2. Obviously Echoes of Aincrad that came out here within like the past month, but also the one before Echoes of Aincrad. I can't remember the name of it right now. All I know is that one was like multiplayer like focused, but right when PlayStation gave it away for free, which even though I don't have a PS5 yet, I went ahead and I redeemed it. For those of y'all who don't know, even if you don't have a PlayStation 5, if you have like PlayStation Plus, like, you know, for your PS4 and stuff like that, if you log into your PlayStation account on the computer, since you can access the PSN store on the computer, you can redeem, like, adding the PlayStation 5 games to your library. You can't do it from the PS4 because it's only searching the PS4 library. And any PS5 games you see on there, they're like those dual edition copies of games. You know what I'm talking about? But if you do it from the computer, you can go ahead and like add stuff to your library even if you don't have a PS5. Like, I think I have the Dead Space remake also. I'm pretty sure I redeemed, like, in it. I hope I did, because I wanted to play it anyway whenever I got a PS5. Okay, so let's see this new area. Layer 40. I forgot where this was on the map. I know it said last time it added it to the map. I don't know where, but I don't even know what kind of like biosphere I would say this is. It wasn't really like a desert because it had like on the coast and stuff like that there. I don't know what biosphere this was. It was like kind of like coastal but also like a desert. I don't know what that would be. I guess Alice, yeah, I guess Alice would be the best healer out of this team, because we know Kirito's not good with sacred arts. Yu-Gi-Oh! They haven't said like he's great with them, but we know he's better than Kirito, so I'm just going to assume Yu-Gi-Oh's like average, like what you would expect from like he wouldn't be an Integrity Knight right now, but a Knight or whatever. But we do know Alice from a young age. When she was Alice Zuberg, we know she was skilled in sacred arts, and we know how skilled Selka is at healing specifically. So yeah, I guess Alice would be the de facto healer out of this party. Alright, lay down. I'm not fucking betting you anymore, because you'll never lay down. I always tell you that. We were just playing and everything before the stream. It's time you lay down. If you want to keep playing, go play with your brother. He's running around still. But I'm not petting you anymore, because you'll never lay down. I was petting you before the stream when we were playing. I can go back to petting you after the stream, but I'm not petting you anymore. It's time you lay down. So we know this place is the same place as whatever's in the overworld. The map of it, but this damn near seems smaller than the last area. Funny enough. Let's get it. Let's go ahead and like jump out here. Hey, don't mind if I do. Taking that ore. How the fuck do I get out of here? Okay, let's turn on the indicator. Speaking of Dead Space, because you know you have this like mechanic in Dead Space. We're not going to get to that. Yeah, see, I was about to say, because it was like I could tell we weren't going to get to activate the save before the thing triggered. Yeah, I wonder what party we're going to have to work with, because the last one was with Asana's party, but remember, they were Squad 2, and it was Chapter 1, so who knows? What do you mean, how'd you know? What is up with this dude and his fucking mushrooms? That's actually what I had in there that I was going to make for dinner, was a sauteed mushrooms and some teriyaki noodles and fried chicken again, but after having that like 2 days in a row, I was like, nah, let me treat myself to this Dunkin', because I don't want this fucking teriyaki noodles and fried chicken again. I'll have it the next day so the mushrooms don't go bad. Yeah, tomorrow I'll have it, but I was like, nah, I'm good. I can only have the same meal so many times in a row before I'm like, okay, I need this to be broken up here. Mushroom stew sounds good. That's what on that episode of Pokemon I was watching Team Rocket was trying to make, but a Wooper ate all their mushrooms. Huh. That's funny, Kirito. You know how much you wanted that mushroom. Alright, go ahead, trigger the save. Alright, let's pop the mini-map out now that we're actually in a proper area. I guess we could have took from the first area, but I forgot to. Where do we need to go? Back? Oh, there's another save in the distance over there. Yeah, sure, I guess we'll go this way. Well, this is where the marker is. This little canyon section is kind of like weird. I have no idea how Kirito does it. It's funny. No, Kirito's bad with them in a different way. It's because Kirito's like obliviousness. Yu-Gi-Oh's just dense, and I don't know what you would say about Rogu. But Kirito's like oblivious.
照れちゃって今まではうまく話せなかったけど俺が距離を取っていても守ってくれて俺すごく感謝してけど今更って思われるかもそれに俺って獣アリスはそんなこと言う子じゃないよそれにログの言う匂いもなんだその面白いダメ友情兄ちゃんにもそんな逃げなくてもそうだなこういうのって嫌がられると逆にやりたいねえログもう一度近くにそうだぞログ二人とも俺で
Dude, what is he, like, feral? The answer is yes, if he went running. That's funny, we had Eldrier's reverse recollection in a cutscene too. I wish we hadn't have fought that one that had that miasma if I knew we were going to fight one anyway. Oh, we're not just fighting him, we're fighting the bugs too. But this one's a lot weaker than the other one.
Kirito, 攻撃に気をつけ。行くよ。てあ。友情に。おっと、俺もいいところ見せる。キリトはいつもかっこいいぜ。彼は。ログ、アリスにも何か言ってやれ。別に私は。かっこいい。ログにしては珍しく頑張ったな。うるさいですよ。
They're all like chuckling it up a lot. The start of this chapter, for like the fate of their world, like the fate of Underworld, that is, I mean, not to be on the line. You notice that? Like the last chapter, and maybe that was just because of the introductory chapter, but they were proper, like, aware of that fact and, like, showed that they had that understanding. This chapter, they're like yucking it up a lot. Like they're just out here on like any other adventure. Like there's no time dependency. There's no like imminent threat. I like how contextually this monster's just still putting up a fight. Lost his eye patch. Maybe we'll finally get to address, like, if he broke the seal and stuff. I'm glad they're someone's finally addressing that. Yeah, I'm glad, like, now we're finally addressing that here in Chapter 2. I think they should have in Chapter 1, because that was the first thing I thought, seeing him, especially, like, for these are the characters that are with him. Alice, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Kirito. to me, the first thing would have been like, hey, what happened to your right eye? To try and get like an answer. Because, I mean, obviously, it's going to be shocking if, like, if anything else happened to his right eye other than he broke his seal. Who am I? Why am I Alice? God, it let you change characters. Yeah, I thought I was about to be, like, locked as Alice for a second, but... Didn't have the SP my ass. Fucking dinosaur has a long-ass death animation. Wow, you actually didn't even need to fight the crickets? You only needed to kill the dinosaur? Good to know. That's what it looked like anyway, because the fight ended when the death animation did. Yeah, I'm glad, like, they are at least doing this in the second chapter. If they didn't do it in the prior one, because the later it goes before they address, like, him having an eye patch, I just feel like that just wouldn't be the right thing to do. Again, I'm surprised they didn't in the first chapter. I'm trying to see if could identify where that save we saw was, but nah. So at least they're doing it in the second chapter. For us, the viewer, at least, or the player, I mean, we had an idea of what it was. I don't think they jump out at any moment. The last one was at like an obvious like kind of arena thing. You know, it was more like a shrine, but it was a structure. Is what I'm trying to say. Bercoli's group, okay. Before we turn around... Okay, never mind. I was wanting to go at least, like, trigger the next save. Arrive at marked location. I guess we'll just go here. I was trying to like fast travel out. But we'll follow where it says on the game. It might do like last time, like it did just kind of like teleport us like out. Hopefully it'll do the same thing here. Actually, here's another save that we didn't trigger, and we won't get to right now. But apparently I walked right by it last time. Bercoli and the others are headed beyond the Lycoris rocks. Alright, we'll be right there. Yeah, what is this option here? Let me check that out real quick. Oh, fast travel. Yeah, go back to the beginning then. Unless we can use the world map. We'll see. To fast travel there, obviously that would be easier. If I can get to the map. Alright, we need to go here since it said they were past the Lycoris rocks. Sudux Ravine. So obviously that's the map that was copied. Maybe we'll get an answer about like the maps being copied, because we didn't get that last time, if y'all remember. There's only one exit over here, so yeah, we didn't get an answer as to why the map was like copied. We just kind of saw that it was. You know what I mean? Hey, what's up, Night Archives? How long am I going to be live for? At least until we finish this chapter. We've been recording for how long? Like 40-ish minutes? Usually these chapters are about like 3 to 4 hours. So, yeah, around like another 2.5, 3 hours probably at least. That's what I would imagine. Just basing it off of like prior, how long chapters were in the main game. Well, not in the main game, they were a little longer. How long chapters were in the first DLC, because it's a DLC 2. So yeah, probably about like 2.5, 3-ish hours. Be back in a bit. Got something to ask you about? Yeah, no problem, man. Just drop in the comments whenever. And yeah, you can see this map was copied, but hopefully, like, we'll get like a story explanation of why they're being copied. You know what I mean? Because they didn't really address that in the last one, which is funny because when Asuna's team showed up, you would have think they would have been like, "Hey, this is the same place we were at that was just destroyed." Like once they went down there to do the diversion. This isn't the Four Lord I was expecting to fight next. I thought she was going to be one of the last two. Ooh, I forgot Medino's was Broccoli.
ほらねほらねこんなこともこんなこともでき
やりにくい姉さんだな。攻撃の隙をなかなか与えてくれない上に。
全くですカッカ
ああ、確かに俺に攻撃。
さあもっと切りつけてねたまらないわたまらないのよ
なるほど。なかなかのご趣味をお持ちのようだ。
その通りですカッカの趣味はもっといいのです
熱弁しすぎじゃねえか。
は
こんなにやりにくい敵は初めてです何ですか戦い方がハレンチです風紀を乱しています攻撃
そうか泣き叫ぶ相手を叩くより両親が痛まないぞ
ソルティリーナ先輩さすがです
ああ誰であろうと人海の平和を脅かす者は許すそちらがお望みとあらば磨き抜かれた我が剣技とくとその身に刻んでやろう
Yeah, yeah, like a long time ago. Yeah, posting those like when I would do those like archives and stuff like that, and when I would archive like unreleased music, stuff like that. Yeah, of course, I still remember that. Yeah, that's actually how I think it was last year. Yeah, last year that was how I actually ended up having like a conversation with Insomniac Lambs because everyone was kind of like giving him his flowers, and I was one of them saying like how like important his music was like for the underground stuff like that, and showing like I used to like archive his music and catalog it, and he saw that and like responded to it and said like that meant a lot. That showed like I was like a true fan and stuff like that. Do I still have any of the archives? I have all of them on my external hard drive, stored away. I do. The only ones that I have like backed up are Lambs, Fani, Uno, because a lot of those Uno and Fani songs are hard to find or nigh impossible to find. So I keep them archived on like a couple sources. I have them backed up on like cloud and stuff too. Same with Lambs. I have his backed up on cloud. Same with Black Cray's because Black Cray has a lot of like hard to find like stuff. So I have that one like archived also. On like or backed up on the cloud also. I think those are the only ones I have. The Rob Banks one also. Those 4 I have like backed up on cloud and stuff like that. The P2 the Gold Mask one, the one that you're asking about, I have on my hard drive. Which like you asking like chance to be able to dig up the hard drive or willing to I know where the hard drive is, like I just have it in my closet and stuff like that. I'm just saying like I don't really have that hard drive out all that time and stuff like that. I will say this night. Do you just want the P2 one? Cause like yeah, just the P2. That's who you archive. Yeah, like you know what, Night. I'm gonna be real with you. I do get asked. Very, 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 very. Believe it or not, Night, I do get asked very, 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 very often from people still to this day. Hey, can you send me like blank, 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 or blank? And any other time, I'm like, no, just because like. It's just being real with you, Knight. Just being a buck, because I am getting to like a point here. I am going to say like, I will do my best after this stream, and I say do my best because, this might sound funny. I'm a little like bumbly when it comes to Twitch, if that makes sense. So, Knight, if you could either do one of these two things to me. It'll make it easier for me to get it to you. Can you shoot me a message on Discord? Because if you shoot me a message on Discord, when I finish the stream, barring how late it is I finish the stream, I'll try and shoot the P2 one over to you tonight. And I will say this, like, just for anybody else who like watches the stream and stuff like this, because that is obviously stuff that comes up when you search my name, is like my Kanye to the archives and stuff like that. Y'all know me. Y'all know I have autism. A big part of my autism is just in general in our heads, the way they work is we catalog everything that we're interested in. Music and hip-hop is a big part of that for me. I used to work for a hip-hop blog as I would make their social media posts, like templates and graphic design and stuff like that. So that's why I would start doing the SoundCloud archives on Kanye to the, because I thought very early on into that SoundCloud underground scene, like, these are important artists, even if they're not appreciated in their own time, the stuff they're doing is going to pave the way for the future. So I wanted to catalog that stuff, because there's, at that point, like, Polari's a great example. I didn't archive Polari, but I had a friend that archived, like, Polari's music, so I could get it from him and stuff like that. Because that was the thing, like, you could really only catalog, like, so many people. You could really only archive so many people. It was kind of like a community effort. Like, my friend Guapi, big shout out to Guapi, he cataloged and archived every Glow Gang, Savage Squad, all those releases. GBE, so he cataloged, like, everything Chief Keef, everything Fredo Santana, everything, like, all of them. Like, you get what I'm saying? Gino Marley, like, all that stuff. Capo. So then nobody else needed to do that because it was all taken care of, if that makes sense. I had another friend, like I said, did Polari. Another friend would do Awful Records, like all their artists. And it was like kind of like a community thing. And I was the guy that I would do, yeah, on Discord. It's just the same thing. X Green, X Remex, yeah. Yeah, if you shoot me the message on Discord, it'll be easy for me to get it to you. So I was the guy that I would archive primarily, like the big ones for me, like, well, you've seen the thread on KTT, but the big ones that I would archive were Black Cray, because, we were talking about this on like a prior stream, since I'm going to Grey Day and he's he's one of the people that's going to be performing at Grey Day. If there's not Black Cray, a lot of music today, there's not. Then that's just, there's no debate in that. He's an absolute underground legend. To me, Black Cray is as important as Bones and Space Ghost Perp are. Like, the three of them are kind of like the upper echelon of their influence. So I would archive Black Cray stuff, which was, that was a tough thing to do, because he had stuff released as Black Cray, 10K Uzi, Sick Boy Rari. Now half his discography is split between Sick Boy Rari and Black Cray. So Icy Lagoth, stuff like that, like, or Gucci Cray Lagoth, stuff like that. Like, he would have so many different names he released stuff under, so it became hard, like, finding all the different stuff and archiving it. But I did it because, like, again, my autism had me, like, I needed to do that, if that makes sense, for me. But the other part of me was, I've always felt like, how can I contribute to the stuff that I care about? And I know we talked about this in the past. Like, when I was a kid, I used to want to be a music producer. And I do have, like, a good ear for hearing, like, different stuff in music. And I can pick up, like, oh, this drum kit is using this other song, stuff like that. But it just wasn't connecting with me to, like, produce the music, if that makes sense. But that's where graphic design and art has always clicked with me. So the way I contributed to it was, like I said, I worked graphic design with a hip-hop blog and stuff like that, but also archiving this music to kind of, like, preserve it. And Black Cray was one that I could hear, even back then, early on, like, people don't make music like him right now, but they will. And, I mean, that's look where we are today. Totally feel the same way. I get you. Hate to end the convo. Girlfriend needs me. Be back in by 12. Hey, you're good. You're good. Hey, no problem, Knight. Like I said, if you shoot me the message on Discord, though, I'm going to try and get that to you and stuff like that. I promise you. Just because, like, I will say this, Knight, like I said, I usually say no to people about that stuff because they're so demanding, you know what I mean, about, like, trying to get it. But, Knight, you straight up, you were just very like, hey, if you still have that, would you be willing to do this? Other people, like, they're not like that, Knight. They're immediately, like, entitled, like, hey, you going to send me and this, you know what I mean? And I'm like, bro, I ain't gonna do nothing. Knight, you came at it with, like, some great energy. I'm not gonna lie. Like, you asked very respectfully, and you genuinely seemed like, first and foremost, hey, do you even still have access to this? Like, you weren't coming at me with the intent of, give me that. Other people, they come at me messaging like, hey, send me this. Like, it's still on KTT. Like, on KTT, I said, like, just comment what you need and I'll send it to you because I was running the archive for that. Now that I don't have that time that I had back then to dedicate to every day seeing, all right, is there any new unreleased Uno, Fawny, Black Cray, Rob Banks, stuff like that, then going and downloading it, then grabbing the album artwork, then encoding it, put it in the right file. Now I have to update the Google Drive, like all that stuff. I just don't have the time to do that anymore. I mean, that was like, what, like 10 years ago? And it's funny that, yeah, people today will still be like, hey, give me such and such. I'm like, bro, it ain't like that. You know what I mean? Like, that's how that was ran 10 years ago. Because if you wanted to talk about the artist, we could, but if you're just here and you want the music to then go and listen to, hey, that's why I'm archiving it for, so you can. But now, 10 years later, people will still message me and they're like, yeah, I'm going to send me this one. And I'm like, dude, I don't know you from Adam, and you're making demands of me well past, like, where we are. So that's why I said, like, Knight, I never send stuff to people anymore because they don't come at me with the energy that you came at. They come at me like, it's still KTT and all you gotta do is say it and I can send it. But, yeah, Knight, because you were, like, just off the rip, like, genuinely, like, I could tell, like, just the way, like, you were typing and stuff, like, saying, like, hey, do you even still have these? Nothing about that made it, like, you needed it, you wanted it. You were just inquiring, like, hey, do you even still have these? And, like, if I said no, worst case scenario, what? You're back in the same situation you were in. But no, like, so that's why, like, you came at me with, like, a different energy than, like, other people has. And that's why I was like, Knight, if you just want the P2 one, I'll grab the hard drive and stuff like that. And I'm 99.9% sure it's on my hard drive. If it's not, then I'll try and get it to you tomorrow because I might have to get out my old PC or my old laptop. But I'm almost certain it's on there. And if it is, then I'll send it to you tonight. But yeah, that's why it was like just the different energy that you came with it and stuff like that. And I'm all about, like, you know, putting good in the world, trying to get good back and stuff like that. So I was like, no, Knight, you came with, like, good energy and stuff like that. I got you. If you want the P2 one. And the big thing there, a big difference too, was like you said, like, you're trying to archive P2's music. And I know a lot of that stuff is not on SoundCloud anymore. So, or hard to find, links are down, stuff like that. Again, because it's over a decade ago. So yeah, I'll try and get it to you too, because I think, like, his music is another one that needs to be preserved. And like I said, I don't think at the moment I have his backed up to the cloud. So when I get my hard drive out, I can try and back it up to the cloud and then just shoot you over, like, the cloud link to it, if that makes sense. But yeah, so all I say, like, yeah, no, Knight, like, I see you saying, like, you appreciate it and stuff like that. You'll be back in, like, a little bit. No worries, man. I appreciate you because, again, like, you just approached it with a different manner and stuff like that than, like, other people would. And since now, like, this is stream, you know, I always archive my streams to YouTube. I am going to say here, like, Knight, I don't mind helping you out. Again, you came with it with, like, great, like, mentality and attitude and stuff like that. But that is to say, for anybody else, barring you are the artist themselves, and, like, you need, like, hey, I need that, like, song because I can't find anywhere else. You're the only motherfucker that I can see that's got download or whatever. Barring you being the artist themselves or featured artist, producer, whatever, I'm not sending the archives to anybody else. I've done that for so long. They're out there. They are out there. Like, if you dig around, other people do have them. They can find them in, like, other Discord servers, music communities, stuff like that. But Knight, I totally got you because you came at it with, like, a good attitude and stuff like that, and just we're chill in, like, the comments, stuff like that. But from this point forward, after I send it to Knight, nobody else, y'all ain't. We're done with sending out, like, the archives, barring you are, like, Uno or Fani themselves, or, like, Lambs, or any of the artists, and they're asking for, like, hey, can you shoot me that? Then I got you. And that's only because, like, again, like, I did it for so long, I just don't have the time that I can commit to that and stuff like that. But shout out to the people that have, like, took up the mantle and are still out there, like, archiving, like, artists' discographies and stuff like that, because it is very, like, important and stuff like that. Like, I will always have the Uno and Fani ones and the Black Cray ones, the Rob Banks, like, all those will always be backed up on, like, various multiple stuff for me, because I don't want to ever, like, lose access to those, and I don't want the community to lose access to them either. Especially Uno and Fani. The internet need to know, like, Uno and Fani's, like, receipts, and Lambs too. Their receipts, they need to be preserved to show, like, nah, these motherfuckers had, like, this era of music on their fucking backs, bro. But we can go ahead and jump into it. And the funny thing about the Fani one, dude, it's the Fani one that Dude, I get message about that Fani one like you wouldn't believe. And a big part of it was the album artwork. Out of all the album artworks I've made, I would definitely put the Fani one in my top 5 all-time favorites I've made, and probably best I've made. But dude, I will get messages seriously about, like, can you just send me the Fani artwork? No joke, like, because people just they love that artwork for that one. It's definitely in my top 5 all-time favorite ones. Maybe my top 3. Top 3 or top 2. I wouldn't put it as my number 1. My favorite artwork I ever made was definitely the Rob Banks Falconia one. That was absolutely my favorite artwork I've ever made. Oh yeah, I forgot I changed my pinned tweet to my, like, digital art, like my drawings, not my, like, graphic design, stuff like that. Because it used to be pinned there and stuff like that. But we can jump back into it now. Equipment can be changed until... I think it said equipment can be changed until the enemy's aggro gauge or something? It's just... Yeah, something about, like, there, like... I didn't get to read that, like, fast enough. Cannot change right now. Cannot change while under attack. So what was it talking about? Oh shit. So we don't have a good, well, at least I have AoE. I don't have the... Okay, cool. Now it's gonna let me change. Yeah, I was like, what was it talking about then, saying, like, you could change equipment up to a certain point? Alright, what do we need to equip here? I don't even know if Broccoli was Berserker or not, but he's about to get the skills for it. Actually, give Broccoli Galvanize. Give him the one for... What was increased damage to downed enemies? Where's that one at? Broken and Fatal State. No, he needs Burning Blade, definitely. Or not Burning Blade, Bloody Waltz. Buffer. Defender. We go Attacker. What the hell is the one that does more damage to downed enemies? Hazard gauge plus 50%. Interesting. Entangles it, filling the hazard gauge and poison. That's interesting. It's a skill that poisons. Yeah, I didn't know that. Never seen that. I guess it's this one. Broken and Fatal. Swap. I don't know what to swap out here. Actually, we don't need the HP regen, because I just remembered, like, if we die, we can lower the enemy's defense, or lower the enemy's level. So we don't need that. We need, just hyper-awareness here. Alright, now we gotta change, Finatio's skills. AoE, movement speed, she already has hyper-awareness. She doesn't. You do. Medina's good to go, which makes sense because, like, I use Medina the most out of the people that are here. Hyper awareness. Keep the movement speed. Yeah, swap out this defense one. Oh God, Sorietta had no skill set either. Help me out, chat. What am I missing here? The AoE one. That's what she needs. Here it is. Crackling Devastator. I gotta remember that. She uses what? One-handed swords? She needs this. This is skill rank 1. I'm sorry? Skill rank 5? Oh, she uses two-handed swords. Okay. Skill rank 5. Oh, that's his stance. Never mind. No, I don't care about that. Last Arc Avenger, Astral Hell. That one's a counter. No, I don't want that. Do this one. Do skill rank 3 there so we can, like, combo them. Another counter? Yeah, I guess do this one. There. Weird. She's a buffer class? I didn't realize that either. Dude, I swear, we've used Sorietta so little. And it's probably been so long that I'm like, none of this looks familiar to me, like, at all. Hey, don't try and bite. Does she have any, like... That actually doesn't look bad on Sorietta, funny enough. Grand Chamberlain. Yeah, what happened to that outfit that she randomly used in the last DLC? It's, like, not there anymore. That's so weird. That's the same sword she has, just colored different. Funny enough. It's like a special one that we got. It's so doesn't look like it fits this game world. Funny enough. This looks like a fucking boat oar. Just leave her with the sword that she has. The color's better on it. But, do I want to, like, put her in this? It actually, like... Funny enough, like, it just fits Soretta. Why not? Go ahead. She hasn't got anything else yet. Alright. Yeah, why was Fanatio's name first? Funny enough. Shout out to the save point there in the background. Now, I would prefer to be Medina. She inflicts poison, okay. So, like, I'm hit with, yeah, Bercoli's acting like I'm hit with, like, blindness or something. Look how many attacks I'm missing. Yeah, I mean, obviously we weren't going to beat her here and shit. I'm not petting you, you need to lay down. Okay, so just before they were fighting, Kirito and the gang had entered the area. Wait. I remembered there was a save there, just off camera. Go ahead and save. Okay, drop a save. Keep going. It's funny, like, those 3 locked treasure chests, they're, like, all, like, damn near on top of each other. They're all, like, so close. I still don't know what this biosphere would be, like... Genuinely, I have no idea. Nice, like, scale here. I will say that. You know, that was something we were talking about in the last time we were playing SAO. We were talking about, like, the scale and stuff like that. It's really cool. It's one of the things, like, I love about this game. And we were talking about how, like, you lose that, like, it's such a good part of the game and you lose it running around in that, like, that dungeon. Because, like, look at this. Like, this is really, really, really cool and stuff like that, and you lose that when it puts us... It puts us in that, like, cavern like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, this map is even smaller than it, like, looks from the outset because of, like... There's only so many places you can, like, actually, like, traverse here. So it actually is even smaller than it appears to be. It's a fairly linear, like, map. Wait, am I missing something? Oh, it was a turn right there. I didn't see. Still getting further, by the way, in Persona 3. I was playing it some over the weekend while, like I said, my throat was, like, sore. I couldn't stream. I got, like, time to, like, play it and stuff, and I just got to, like, the start of December. And I will say this, I liked the school trip that you did there because what I liked about it was I liked how all your classmates that you can have S ranks with and stuff like that, or S links with, I mean, they were really, like, the way that they were all, like, there on the trip and stuff like that, when you get to talk to them in the inn and stuff like that, was really fun. I really enjoyed that. You got to see, like, more out of, like, all the characters and stuff like that. So it was funny, like, getting to hear from BB when the first day there, he's, like, freaking out because they're in Kyoto. Like, that was really funny and, like, genuine for the character and stuff. It'd be funny if she Azuna dropped her. Or she teleported behind her, hit her with an Azuna drop. I wonder what our party's about to be. Are we gonna be like squad 4 or yeah? This is what I was thinking. I was thinking like, are we gonna be squad 4 with the other squad like just fighting with us contextually? Well, she just ate that counter. Wow, she really ate that counter. I didn't expect that would deplete her life bar like that. Yeah. Fuck, that smoked her. Good lord. That was funny.
あまりすっきりしないよ。
ファザードを倒した時の方がもっと苦戦したよ。いや、
キリト、本当か？報告書は
ログの言う通りだ。ファザードより序列が低かったのか。それとも今回は第一部隊の手助けもあったからか。とりあえずみんなが無事でよかった。
That's interesting. That was handy. The fast travel spot that we registered here was registered in the other dungeon. Because I was just thinking, like, man, I'm going to have to run all the way back up there. So that's actually interesting that it marked that. It's cool. Yeah, that's interesting that obviously, like, we beat her easily, but I was thinking, like, oh, well, it's because I'm, like, back as Kirito. Okay. No big deal there. Moved to temporary storage. But, tripping? I swear I thought I saw, like, a fast travel light up in the distance. But yeah, I don't see one now. I swear I thought I saw one. No, not at all. That's weird. Okay. Either way, let's go over here and like save. Yeah, weird. Go ahead and save. It's interesting, like, I thought, like, we just beat her easy because, like, you know, we were Kirito and, like, all of them and stuff like that. Well, specifically Kirito. But then to see, like, the characters be commenting and saying, like, oh, that was easy and stuff like that. That's actually interesting. I wonder if we're going to get an answer to that. I'm surprised. Alright, let's fast travel back to layer 40. We don't even know where we need to be at layer 40, so we'll just go back to the entrance. That's what I think is best to do. Alright, we do need to be at the top there. Lookout Summit. What time is it, by the way? I feel like we're like... I mean, I don't know when the end of this chapter is, but I feel like we're getting through this chapter faster? That's what I feel like. Like, there's gotta be some kind of, like, curveball or something thrown in here. I don't know why they're acting like... We defeated her. She didn't, like... She didn't have, like, that death, like... disintegration, like, animation thing like the last guy did. She kind of, like, just teleported away. I don't see why they're actually thinking, like, they beat her. Yeah, very, I don't see what they're, like, shocked about. Okay, yeah, something's definitely up here. I mean, I didn't expect that to be the final end-all fight with her. But I still didn't expect her to die that fast to one combo. Cause that's the death animation I was talking about. Yeah, something's up here.
倒せはしましたが前キリトガーディナルこちらから連絡しようと思っていたところだ記録鏡メメントがなんだって今まさに倒したところなんだけど前回と同じ場所じゃ再生した場所から動く様子よって近隣に被害はまだ出ておらんのが不幸中の幸いじゃキリト稼働ああ作戦会議が必要キリトログ今カーディナルと
We'll have to defeat her at the same time at both locations. That's what I'm imagining. Yeah, that's what I'm imagining is going to have to happen. She has to be beaten at both locations. Reach the location in northern Centauria. Oops. I can only pray that when we get to the next game, one of two things. Either A, this menu setup is identical, because God is like so cumbersome, but I'll still, you see, make mistakes like trying to navigate it, because it is so cumbersome and awkward. But at least like I have like experience with this terrible like structured menu. So I can only hope that it's either A, the same, or B, better. What just happened, chat? Why do we now have an episode quest for Eldrie? Enemy level 28, so clearly, like, this is supposed to, could appear earlier in the story. Eldrie can't stop praising his beloved mentor Alice, but she isn't having it. When Kirito happens to walk by, Eldrie takes him aside to talk about something. Did we just raise our affinity with Eldrie? Like, enough? Like, finishing that quest yesterday or something. Like, I'm actually, like, baffled. Does this show affinity rank? It does. Where's Eldrie at? Ah, here he is. Here's Eldrie. He just got to rank 2. I like that we're close friends with Shatea. Yeah, I guess we got Eldrie. Damn, we have, like, no affinity with him. Weird. I'm guessing maybe those open up when you get to rank 2? Damn, hers is rank 4 now. That's so funny that his is rank 1 from, like, never having him in our party. Is anybody else's, like, really low? That is really cool. That hers is classified as rival. That's pretty dope. Straya rank 1. That's funny. Edis is already rank 2. Yeah, that, like, is baffling to me that just randomly, like, here's this Eldrie quest. Go to the trophies real quick. Not for the DLC. Hello? Can I see, like, the full trophies? Maybe not. Okay, well, we'll worry about that later. Either way, will this even let me do this right now? Okay, we're going to take a quick detour and do Eldrie's episode. I'm very fascinated in this. Like,
あなたは相変わらず麗しい。しばらく見ないうちにその青き宝玉のごとき僧帽に見つめられる幸福がいかほどか。アリス完全に不機嫌になってるじゃないか。その冷静さもあなたの麗しさを引き立てている。やめないのか。
今の私は冷静というより、お前に呆れに近い。
呆れ？
ええ。お前のその口ぶり、元老長チュデルキンに少し似ていますよ。
that is a cold diss. Holy shit. Well, even Eldrie is taken aback.
久方ぶりに見る我が師のお美しさに。
まったく。凍結解除されたばかりで。
Damn, that's a cold diss too.
ご心配には及びません。凍結されていた間のこのエルドリエ、アリス様の弟子として武功を立て、混乱渦巻く人海を完膚なきま必ずやアリス様のお役に立ってみせますので、どうぞお許しを。
与えられた任務に対して真摯であろうとすることは大切です。しかし、私の役に立つために行動。
アリス様！なんていうかものすごい忠誠心だな。ん？貴様。いや、今通りかかった。
Now, remember, basing it off of the levels, this would have occurred. We probably should have had this episode quest happen during the main game. And I say that because that means we wouldn't have we wouldn't have had what happened in the first DLC or the first chapter DLC 2 with Eldrie yet, if that makes sense. Because that's what kind of changed Eldrie's demeanor and opinion of Kirito. So this already seems like this is supposed to take place during the main game. But we were probably supposed to do this.
わかった。それではこちらに来い。ここでは通行の邪魔に。さっきここで長々と。貴様。いや、盗み聞きというか、あんなに目立つ。自覚なし。ともかくこちらへ来い。
Let alone the thing that happened in Ancient Apostles. And Eldrie saw the beauty of chestnut hair.
前々から疑問に思っていた。貴様は随分とアリス様に慣れ慣れしい。慣れ慣れしいかな。別に普通じゃないか。貴様はアリス様とどのような経緯で仲を深めたというのだ。仲を深めた？別に俺たちそんなに仲がよく喧嘩もするし、アリスに叱られてばっかり。アリス様は貴様の慣れ慣れしい態度から見るに、貴様とアリス様がそう言ったはずだ。正直に答えなければ許さないと。さあ話。アリスと仲を深めた。
The cherry, like black cherry limeade green tea is really good.
あまりエルドリエを刺激しないような話でいこう。なあ、そういえば外壁を登り切った後、たまたま肉まんじゅうを2つ持ってたんだ。でも俺がまんじゅうを温めようとしてネッソをそのまままんじゅうにアリスがフーソとネッソと水素を混ぜて。何？いや あの時止めてくれなかったら、まんじゅうは黒子引き捨てならんな。貴様はアリス様自ら尊い新生術で弟子である私もまだアリス様の手料理など食べたことがないというのに。
Damn, I'm gonna have to. What is up with these SAO games always making me want steamed buns? Damn, now I want some. You remember the side quest for Silica in not the last game. The last game was Fatal Bullet. The one before it, Hollow Realization. That made me want some.
貴様は緊急事態にいや、温めてくれただけだから手料理でも何でもないし、アリス様自ら温めてくださった時点でその食べ物が
A priceless delicacy. Yeah, maybe I should start with this one.
人と人が仲良くなる原因って言えば、一緒に脱獄した俺たちはエルドリエと戦った後いろいろあってカセドラル最上階を目指したんだ。
Dude, Kirito's so much like there's a lot he's cutting out there. Between when they fight Eldrie and they climb, and him and Alice are climbing the tower, there's a lot he's cutting out there. That's like, it's borderline comical how much like he's omitting to make that say after we broke out and fought you, we ended up climbing to the top. That makes it seem like after we fought Eldrie, we then started climbing. Like there's some stuff you're cutting out there, Kita.
戦うことになってさ、俺たちが技をぶつけ合った時に大理石の壁が2人で外に放り出されたんだ。だから仕方なくその時は休戦して。外壁とはまあそうだよ。それで状況が状況だから2人で協力し合おうってことになって。ああそうそう、アリスが自分のコテを形状変化させて鎖にし。何？そこに反応するのか。それで俺がくさびを壁に突き刺して足場を作って途中でミニをいや空を飛ぶ敵が襲ってきてさ、細い足場に乗っかって命綱を掴んでアリスを広い足場に着地できるよう放り上げたんだ。
Yeah, because that's what you need to tell Eldrie. Yeah, I was about to say Eldrie's gonna lose it.
あれはけど悪気はないし、アリスのためにそうしないと。それは重々承知だ。外に放り出された原因は貴様がその無粋な剣技を放っ。お互いの技がぶつかったせいだって説明しなかったか俺。アリス様のお命が助かったけだが貴様、アリス様の貴重なコテでできた命綱を使った上にやはりお前は。いやなんでだよ、仕方がなかったって。事実には相違がない。仲が深まったかどうかわからないけど、
what's the over under this is going to end up in like a duel with Eldrie? Well, he's not trying to understand Kirito.
そうだ。お前はなあ、当然だ。我ら聖号騎士の中ではあのアリス様と互角に戦った剣士、それがお前だとな。
That's crazy. It's a legend among us Integrity Knights. Damn. Okay.
決着はついていないけどな。決着はつかなかったとはいえ、アリス様もお前の実力。
Yeah, yeah.
それゆえか、対策本部の活動でもお前の名を出すことは。
Eldrie makes a good point there. He said, finished or not, you still held your own against Alice, an Integrity Knight. But then that has me thinking, like, you would think, like, if it the quote-unquote legend among the Integrity Knights, wouldn't it be that Kirito and Alice cross swords? You would think it would be that Kirito and Yu-Gi-Oh! Beat Dusselbert, Kirito beat Finatio, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Beat Broccoli. You would think that would be the legends, because those are them actively beating an Integrity Knight. There wasn't that resolved, like, finish against Alice. That's strange. You would think, like, that would be, like, the legend.
それはあくまでも稽古だ。本気で私は アリス様と命のやり取りをするような戦いを私はただ一人の弟子だ。ひざまずき教えを請うことはあろうと対等に剣を交える中にはなり得ないのだ。
It is. I've always thought this was weird because Finatio has those pages, but they're lesser integrity knights. Why is Eldrie Alice's page when they're both integrity knights? Because, like he says there, like he would have no right to face her on equal footing. To me, like my thinking of that is like, why? Like you're both integrity knights. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I have always wondered that. Like, why is he her page, but Finatio's pages are lesser integrity knights?
誤解するな。私は俗物メーター。分かってるよ。好きって言っても別に変な意味じゃないって。
Yeah. Kirito's telling me right there.
極芸めいた妙な技を使うとはいえ。
As gaudy as your skills are.
アリス様がそこまで認めるものが現れるとはな。だが、私もお前に負けてはいられない。アリス様のお役に立つことを許されるためにも、弟子の誇りにかけて精進し。
ようエルドリエ、そこにいたのか。
騎士長、
お前に対処してほしい魔獣の討伐依頼が。
この森。
しかし数が多いらしい。誰か他の戦国。
それには及びません。いや、数が多いんだろ。何人かで行った方が。できる限り対策本部にいる騎士は温存しておいた方。
まあそれには一理あるがな。
はい、必ずや。
Can Eldrie handle it alone? After what we saw Eldrie could do with his gameplay? Shit.
わかった。
ありがとうございます。短期でわざわざ。
まあしょうがねえさ。わざわざ止めるほどの。またお前にも頼むことがあれば声をかける。
なあ、わかった。
Kirito's gonna follow Eldrie.
アリスよりも年は上だけど、かなりとっつきにくいところはあるけど。
キリト、
アリス。
用事を済ませたので、この先の店、お前は何を？
ああ、さっきまで少し。
そうだったので、キリト。
なんだか森で数が多い。
またです。
またって。
エルドリエは凍結解除後、やたらと短期でダークおじさまはエルドリエの意志を尊重しています。エルドリエが何か
心得違い。
エルドリエは自分が凍結されていた間、戦力になれず、私たちだから番組
That fits Eldrie. Yeah, that definitely makes sense.
そうとしているのかもしれません。エルドリエは責任感が強い性格ですから、それに私の人海のために戦うのは当然ですが、私の役に立つ必要などないのに。
だからあんな言い方をしたのか。そうだったのか。確かに
とはいえ真意は分かりません。エルドリ師匠とはいえ、私も何かお前に話したことにエルドリエの
ほとんどエルドリエのために黙っていた。いや、特にただエルドリエはアリスの役に立つために弟子の誇りにかけて
弟子の誇り。
気になるのか。
エルドリエは十分強い。私が追っていけば。
でも心配なんだろ。それにアリスの本音をエルドリエも
そうですね。
なあ、
キリト。
俺もか。
魔獣の数が多いということなので。
なあ。
You could kind of tell by Alice's talking there that she kind of more. It seems like she views Eldrie more as an equal than as being his superior, quote unquote, with him being her page. And again, like, that's what, like, I think Eldrie should, and that's how I see it, is like, I don't think of her as Eldrie's superior. Like, it seemed like Alice was thinking, like, the same thing. Like, I think, like, it seemed like she was taking him being her page as, like, if he asked for, like, guidance or something like that, she would vocalize it. But yeah, it's not like Alice gives Eldrie orders or stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, you don't really, like, see that in the anime. Like, she actively tries to tell him, like, Eldred, like, don't, like, fucking, like, do this. You're going to die. Like, yeah, you'll enable all of us to escape or whatever, but, like, I don't want you to sacrifice yourself. And he did it anyway, because, like, he felt like he needed to, like, help everyone. It's interesting. It's like he's like her page in name alone, almost.
当然だ。私、それよりアリス様、なぜここまでいらしたのです？
それはお前怪我をしているではない。
ああ、わずかに油断した隙にやられまして。
貸しなさい。チューします。
はい。アリス様。
この大バカ者。
アリス様。
いつも言おうと思っていました。しかし心得違いを正すのも死の役割。お前はなんとバカなです。
バカって2回言った。アリス様、私は何か失態を犯したので。
私が今言っているのは任務のこと。
心得。
もしお前が凍結されている間のことを挽回しよう。もちろん戦力としてお前は貴重です。しかしお前の不在ゆえに迷惑などかけられた覚え。
アリス様。
なのにお前は誤解して私の分まで一人で任務を果たそうとして。私は凍結されてしまったお前がお前はその安堵を。
アリス様のお言葉の。
Ooh, that was a heavy one that she hit him with there at the end.
そんな心配をおかけしてしまうとは。それでも私はアリス様を支えられるよ。それが私なりの。
言ったはずです。私の役に。私はお前をとっくの昔に認めている。もう十分。お前は。しかし無茶なことをするお前は私の弟子ではありません。
アリス様、私は確かに短期で動くことが多くなっていました。ですが毎度というわけではありません。私には他にも目的がありました。そして
守りたいもの。
はい。できれば他のものには見せたくなかったのですが、私の後ろにあるものが答え。
これは金木犀。
Oh.
はい。実は剣の鍛錬で訪れたこの森の空き地に、非常に申し訳。短期で出向けば討伐の帰りにここへ寄っても怪しまれず、誰にも知られずに、いつか苗木が育ち金木犀の木になれば、アリス様の剣の命と同じ金木犀が。なるほど。サプライズ。
Very nice, very cool of Eldred.
だから何度も短期で。
お許しください、アリス様。それにやはりアリス様がおっしゃったようにですが、今後はそのようなことがないよう。
たとえそんな目的があろうとも、弟子の誇りならば死であるわ。
私、感激のあまり身が震えております。この幸せを何にたと。このエルドリエ、アリス様のお言葉を胸に刻み、これからは無謀な振る舞いをせぬよう。
分かったのならば。
ハリスって多分厳しい鬼師匠だろうけど、弟子思いなんだな。
鬼とは何ですか？
とても大きい体をしていて、
まるでダークヒストリーの魔物。私の指導を見たこともないのに、お前は失礼極まりない。
いや、だってアリスの指導って弱音でも吐いたら問答無用って切られそうっていうか。
そんなことはしませんよ。なんならお前に稽古をつけてあげましょうか。
アリスがどんなに優しい指導。お
前には優しい指導などしません。徹底的に厳しく鍛えます。
やっぱり鬼じゃないか。
それは相手がお前だからです。
やはり。
どうしたエルドリ？
キリト、貴様は気に食わん。
なんでいい話。
お前が私の指導に口を出す。
アリスまでエルドリエの味方につく。
アリス様、本当にそれでもいつか私はこの金木犀の花を咲かせ、あなたにお見せしたい。これからも変わらずこの苗木を。
ええ、もちろんです。お前が咲かせてくれるの。
ありがとうございます、アリス様。
エルドリエとアリス、
Good shit, Eldria. Well, that was a cool little detour there. Yeah, good stuff, Eldria. Let's continue on. Is there enough integrity knights running around? So yeah, back to before we had that like fun detour there with Eldria. I'm thinking we have to defeat both mementos at both locations.
記録鏡メメントが議題だ。メメントとの戦いで懸念すべき問題は、やはり謎の復活能力と一体ずつ倒しても再生し、倒せなかったことを考えると、もう残され
Yeah, there you go. Seemed fairly straightforward, little RPG like trope like that when there is two enemies. Two of the same enemy like that.
もしくは自らの対組織を刺激したアークテリトリーの暗黒術に似たような性質のものがあったと記憶しておる。
A similar property within the dark arts used in the dark territory. Thinking about the War of Underworld anime, I can't picture off the top of my head if that's anything specific she's referring about. I don't remember anything like that. Oh, gee, and you think the one that looks like a witch might have that knowledge?
記録鏡メメント2体同時撃破作戦の決行は準備が整い次第とわしから2つの部隊に向けて同時にそれでよいな。キリト。
なあ、わかった。
了解した。ロスの間を頼む。
Yeah, that to me, like, that's what I assumed the solution was going to be, and what the step we were going to take was, hey, let's attack both at the same time. Try and like KO at the same time.
カーディナル、ちょっと見てほしいものがある。
これは
4強の一人、ファザードを倒した時に見つけたものなんだ。
I forgot about this. Yeah.
お主がわしのもとへ。
言うなよ。あの時は必死だったんだ。もし人気とまではいかなくても武器になるなら。
Interested.
2人はもう強力な人気を持ってる。
でも俺そんな金持ってない。
いらんわい。じゃがその謙虚な。
いや、俺はほら治安維持活動とか体で返したから。
口が減らんやつじゃん。システム。
Didn't expect that. Yeah.
誠意のこもった肩叩きでも人気まではいかぬが、そこらの武器よりは強いはずじゃ。
That was not what I was expecting.
ありがとうございます、カーディナル様。
Yeah, I'll say it's a clear upgrade.
キリト、リソースどうやらこれははるか昔に閉鎖されていたシステムコンソールが別の形に変換されたもののようじゃ。
Okay.
はるか昔に閉鎖。
正確な時期の特定はできなかったが、
俺が聞き込みをした英氏はあの謎の遺跡からラウンドロビンたちが出てきたと言っていた。もしかしたらあの場所にはかつてそして何らかの要因が満たされて遺跡が出現し、
指示できる推測ではあるな。にせよ旅先で事件を解決しながらリソースも探すのはお手。
ああ、ありがとう。
Weird. True Tusk. Okay. I'll have to make sure it's equipped. We're going to go ahead and equip it now. Oh, it already is. Cool. It is a divine object, just because that's what they said, but it does not have, help me out, chat, a enhanced armament or reverse recollection. I do notice that immediately. Okay, let's go ahead, back to layer 40. What am I trying to get to? The map. I was like, wait. Okay, no. That's. I saw an episode quest. I was like, wait, what? But no, that's the that's the episode quest we think is going to be for Premiere. I would assume Premiere and or Tia. I think it would make sense for them to have one together, but they might have two that are separate. I just think like I think like Premiere and Tia being grouped together would make sense and be fine. They didn't ask me though, you know, when they were designing the DLC. Yeah, trigger a save now that we're out here. Gotta wait till the save's done to fast travel. Yeah, layer 40. That's weird. It removed our other fast travel spot. Okay. That's weird. That's new. We've never had a fast travel spot removed. Which is crazy because look, it's still in the map. Oh, we gotta go back to the beginning there anyway. Yeah, just teleport over there. Alright, cool. Just take a step forward. So this means we're not going to have to go through the dungeon with Bercoli's team, so we won't have to fight Gleam Eyes again.
そうだね。2体同時撃破作。心配性だな、友情兄ちゃんは。あの偉い人、とんで。
ローグ、おじさまを偉い人とは何ですか？
There he goes.
またやって。
There she goes.
ベルクーリさんを偉い人って。だな。ベルクーリたちの離れた場所での2体同時撃破。
Yeah, there's not much Bercoli can't pull off. Except I guess beat Yu-Gi-Oh in a fight. He did struggle there. She's snoozing right here, and he's over there taking a bath on the cat tower. We had a lot of fun playing. They're both really enjoying it. What the hell is he about to do?
深呼吸をしているのか。
閣下、ご冗談を。あれは毒婦です。私の唇を奪いか。
なるほど。そりゃ成敗してやらねえとな。奪いかけた。
もちろんです。捧げることは決まっています。
Give me 1 second, guys. Just give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. I just gotta take a quick break.
What's the green room?
Sorry about that, guys. I had to take care of something real quick.
ファナティ
いえ、なんでも。明日は閣下の唇が狙われるやもしれません。
Oh, they're doing the raid the following day? And there wasn't like a thing like what we saw earlier where it said before the other team blah blah blah. So I guess they're doing the raid the following
こ
day?
のセリフだ。二度目があってもおかしくはないぞ。
閣下。
That was nice of Broccoli.
二人とも
Okay, good. He's talking. I was about to say he set it up like he was going to talk to everyone to ease everyone's like anxieties. But then when it cut away there, I was like, wait, what?
ベルクーリ様、すみません。今頃キリトたちも
あいつは粗骨者ですから。その、なんと言いますか。
仲間もいるんだ。問題ないだろう。それにしてもなんだかんだと
Gee, you think?
いつかはリアルワールドとやらに帰っちまうだろう。だというのに今はいないと困る存在だ。
That's a great observation from Broccoli that no one's brought that up yet, ever. This is the first time where someone's pointed out, like, no, they know that obviously Kirito, Asuna, the gang, all of them, like, they're from the real world, like, they will have to leave eventually. This is the first time, though, that any character has ever pointed out, like, hey, Kirito is so strong, and he's the guy who beat the administrator, so when he's gone, we're gonna have to find a way to, like, be just as strong without him. That's the first time a character's brought that up, so that's really interesting, and it makes sense that Broccoli's the one making the point, because essentially, without the administrator, Broccoli and the Cardinal together, they kind of share the mantle of leadership, because Broccoli's the military leader, the Cardinal is the acting Pontifex. So that's interesting that if one of the two characters that would bring this up would be him or the Cardinal, but it makes sense the most coming from him, because he's looking at it as, like what he said before about him being the first Integrity Knight. Now, without the Pontifex, he's not being an Integrity Knight because the Pontifex said to. He's being an Integrity Knight because he wants to protect the citizenry. So that's interesting. That's a good line of dialogue from him. Hey, welcome back, Knights. Yeah, that's a good line there. Haley, I'm not gonna lie, that really stinks. Did you have gas? That smells really bad. It smells like you had gas. Is that why you jumped up? I think she was sleeping. I think she had gas and it probably startled her and then she stood up. That doesn't smell good, Haley. Yeah. Yeah, you might want to do something about that. Yeah. You need to go back to sleep. My god, she looks tired. No, you're Knights, you're totally good. You don't have to apologize for that. No, like, trust me, like, long-time viewers of the channel and stuff like that, and my chatters, like, they know, like, I have a lot of different followers that, like, just drop in for a little while, they'll jump in, do some chat, and leave, come back, or they'll usually have the channel on, like, while they're playing games, too, so I might hear from people in between, like, when they get to something in their game, so no, I'm used to people dropping in and out at night, so no, you ain't gotta apologize for that. Hey, life happens. Right before you came back, I actually had to go to my be right back screen. I had to like take care of something. So no, you good, you good. But no, I anything though, Knights. I just greatly appreciate you like for the follow. First of all, that means a lot to me. Any follow that I get helps me get closer to affiliate, and also anytime somebody wants to chat like that, I always love that. It makes me feel good because. Hey, long-time people, they'll know, like, and this is my advice I have for anybody that wants to start streaming. to me, like, I don't have to tell myself, hey, always be on, because I'm not, like, playing a character. I'm not playing a streamer or whatever. I'm just being myself. Like, if I was playing these games by myself, I would still be, like, riffing and stuff like that. Now, part of that, again, is probably because of my autism and stuff like that. But, a big part of that is, like, so people, they feel comfortable that when they're in here, they can know, hey, they can just drop in, say whatever. If they want to chat, they don't want to chat, you know, I'm still going to be like just having a running commentary going on and discussing about what's going on in the games. And with my autism, sometimes I go into like deep dives about like where we are in the story, what this could mean for characters, stuff like that. Or sometimes if it's not even about the games that we're playing, if we're just talking about like whatever, we might go in like a deep dive talking about like something in a show or a manga that like I'm watching or reading, or talking about like there's been plenty of times we had a deep dive like talking about like music and different stuff like that, like we were having earlier. So no, I totally, anytime like somebody wants to drop in and chat, we'll totally chat. If they just want to watch, hey, I greatly appreciate any view. It goes to help my metrics get me one step closer to affiliate. And still, once we reach affiliate, guys, we do have a special playthrough that we'll be going through. And of course, keeping that a secret till we reach that point. Still haven't decided. I think we're like 20 followers away, so I'm going to think about it as it gets within like 4 or 5. I may do that playthrough when we get to 100 followers instead of affiliate. But I'm going to think about it. We got time. Either way, though, we're getting close to finishing these SAO Gameverse games, and I'm excited to jump into Rogue Galaxy afterwards. I think that's going to be really fun. And a couple, from there, then Wild Arms 3, so a couple PS2 JRPGs coming up afterwards. It's just, it's really exciting being at the end of 2 games. So when we finish Monster Hunter, we're going into Digimon, and when we finish this, we're going into the final SAO game. But yeah, no, I totally, like, completely understand Knights. I'm used to people just jumping in and out of, like, my chat and stuff like that and just commenting whenever. So, no, I'm always here, like, ripping and stuff like that. Did want to ask, did you archive anyone from PMG or just P2? The only one was just P2, but I also had on there... God, because off the top of my head, I can't remember. I'm not going to lie, off the top of my head, I can't remember anybody else in Peddler Money Gang except P2, if I'm being completely honest. But I did have archived not just P2 and like the stuff that was specifically released like as him, kind of what we were talking about with Black Cray using the different names. I had some stuff in my archive that wasn't in the photo there, because like if you were on KTT, you saw the photos of my archives, right? So you know the songs I had archived for P2. I did have archived separately, and I don't know if this is on my... Yeah, he used a lot of different SoundClouds, but most of them were all under like either like P2, the general PMG one, the Marbach one. So yeah, you saw what was all there and you were wondering if there's any more. The only other one that I had that wasn't in that collection, because I had it set as a separate thing, is he had a SoundCloud a long time ago at that same time period. That it's not there anymore. I tried finding the SoundCloud. I couldn't find it anymore, but I do have it downloaded. He had a SoundCloud under the name Emo Tech Support. And he had a album on there that was titled Emo Tech Support. And, Emo Tech Support, just like that. And, I couldn't find it anymore, but I had it all downloaded. The album, what it was just a bunch of, like, unreleased songs. They were all just put together. I have it on my old laptop. I don't know if I have it on my hard drive specifically. I'll check to see if it's on there. But it was just a collection of different, like, unreleased songs. I want to say maybe 10 to 12 of them. And so funny enough for people that don't know, so on SoundCloud, believe it or not, on SoundCloud, guys, you can post... I'm laughing because, like, who would ever think to do this anyway? Like, just if they didn't have it as like an album artwork. Like, nobody would go out their way to do this if it wasn't for an album artwork or whatever. But on SoundCloud, there's not like a restriction on nudity. So the cover for the emo tech support like songs, it was two of the Suicide Girls. It was Neptune Suicide and like another one. And they were like holding, like, they had on like Dragon Ball Scouters. They were like butt ass naked except having on like Dragon Ball Scouters and holding like the 4 or 5 star Dragon Ball. So if I have it on there, yeah, that could have been what got the page taken down if SoundCloud ever changed their because again, this was over 10 years ago. If SoundCloud ever changed their terms and conditions and like what was allowed to be posted or something, that actually, yeah, that could have gotten what got the page deleted. You know what I mean? Because that's what the cover art was. So if it is on my hard drive and I can like throw it in there with it, don't be like alarmed when you see the cover art and stuff like that. I think I had a second cover art for it of like one just of him that was the profile picture for the page as like a backup for people that wanted it. But I do have that like archived. I don't know if that's on my hard drive. If it is on the hard drive, I'll throw that one in there because again, it is some unreleased P2 songs. If it's not, then it's on my old laptop. But yeah, like you said, funny enough, that could have been why it's not on SoundCloud anymore because they could have since then changed their terms and conditions and stuff like that, and there might now be one. Are you asking, can you post YouTube links like in my chat and stuff like that? Yeah, you can. Like, it's no worry. I won't be able to like access it now, like if that makes sense, while I'm in the middle of streaming, just because like I'm streaming from a laptop. Like I'm using a capture card setup, streaming from my PS4. Running OBS on my laptop. So trying to say like if I try and open something else, it's gonna like OBS is already taken to broadcast so much of my PC's like what is it, like RAM or whatever. So I can't really like open something here, if that makes sense. You get what I'm saying? But if you have already like looked me up on Discord and stuff like that, you can shoot me the YouTube link on Discord. No. You can put it in the comment, in the chat, and it won't, like, mess me up, because I won't. I'm just saying I can't open the link now if you do it through the Twitch chat. If you message it to me on Discord, I can open it on my phone, if that makes sense. It's just that if I open up, like, YouTube and I'm trying to watch a video, like it's trying to load a video while I'm also broadcasting out, it'll like overclock my GPU or whatever, and OBS might crash, or like my stream might like freeze. Like, you get what I'm saying? But if you message it to me on Discord, I can open it on my phone and I can see like what it is here, because obviously that's a different device, if that makes sense. Yeah, unfortunately, like, I'm not streaming from, like, a PC. I gotta, hey, you guys make do with what you gotta do. Oh, shit, I didn't even see, a friend request come in. I was checking my messages on Discord, and I didn't even see a friend request. I see it down there. My bad. Yeah, because I did check not long after you left. I did check to see, like, hey, did he message just so I got it and stuff like that? And it wasn't there. I told you, like, sometimes I'm, like... It's funny, even though I'm, like, a streamer and stuff like that, it's like sometimes I get, like, computer illiterate, if that makes sense. I didn't see the notification that I had to accept the friend request. That's my B nights. But yeah. And thank you for saying, like, you get what I was saying. Yeah, it's like, since I'm not streaming from a PC setup like a lot of streamers are, and I'm just streaming from, like, a laptop, it would it would just be like the broadcasting plus like the trying to load a video. It'd probably be too much for it and shit like that. So. But yeah, you added me on Discord and stuff. It'll make it easier for me to send you the P2 once I back it up and stuff like that. Really rare P2 song I found. It's old. All. God, I forgot, like, as you said, he would have so many names. I forgot he had, like, he would post up as the, bass P2ski. Yeah, I'll have to check this out. I see, like, the YouTube is Night Archives. That's your YouTube? Since I remember you saying, like, earlier you were trying to archive his music and stuff like that. Oh, this is on a so this is a song he's on the MF Doom beat. Interesting. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, when I finish streaming and stuff like that, and I'm getting it like uploaded and stuff, I'll give you the follow on YouTube also, by the way. Because, yeah, I see, like, you're doing a great job, like, in, backing up his music and stuff like that, and, like, getting it saved. Because, so then, like you said, like, you totally get what I was saying about trying to preserve this music, if that makes sense. Off of unreleased tape, no little info on it, honestly. I'm assuming it's without like being able to hear it right now. I'll listen to it like once I finish the stream while I'm getting it sent over. Based off of the cover being very like MF Doom styled, and that being the same name as a MF Doom song, I'm assuming the beat must be like either at least a sample of it, if not maybe the title's a reference of it. Yeah, that's dope though. Thank you for like I'm definitely gonna give you the follow on YouTube because I really like, and that's something I said after you left. By the way, it is the same beat. Okay, yeah, that's what I was assuming based off of the name, the cover art, stuff like that. I said this after you left, like the reason why, like and a little bit before you left, why like I'm gonna definitely like shoot it over to you. And why I don't like send like the stuff I archived out like much to anybody anymore is because one, like I said, like the way you asked and stuff about it, you went about like the right way. You weren't sounding like, hey, like you going and give me this, you know what I mean? Like you genuinely seemed like, hey, do you have that? And it also helped. I completely understood like what you were trying to do when you said like, hey, I'm trying to archive his music. And for me, I'm like, okay, well then that's perfect because like I can relate to that because that's something I did for so many years for several artists. So if it can help, like, preserve the stuff, by all means, yeah, I'll definitely, like, get it to you. Because it is, like, some people may not see the importance of that, but it's funny, like, with, like, the way there's such a flood of content and media constantly daily. And some stuff will always be there. Like, if like anything that, not anything, most things that are officially released, it'll always be there in some capacity. Even if it gets taken away and stuff, like, if it got an official release, you can find it. But for unreleased songs and stuff like that, especially from, like, the SoundCloud era and stuff like that, it is important to, like, It's an important time period of like hip hop history. I know some people may not think that, and that's just, you know, their opinion. Everybody has their own opinions and takes on music and stuff like that. But to me, the— movement is such a big like pivotal point in hip hop history that is similar to the mixtape time period of like the early 2000s, of like literally like having mixtapes and passing them out and stuff like that. And then you would get into like the blog rap era and stuff like that. It's such a different version past the blog rap era, and it is more like the mixtape era, because there was so many people that were just cranking out stuff and getting it posted, because you could get it like just flood, like getting stuff online. Like you said, like people would have so many different pages and stuff like that, and you would get different A&Rs and influencers that if they shared your music, then that would then get it to like their audience and stuff like that, and would help it grow, and different kind of DJs and mixtape hosters and stuff like that. It just had a very like, it's kind of the starting point of the punk rock hip hop mentality, because it is very, very, very similar to how before I was a fan of hip hop, a long time ago I was a fan of punk, and it was very like, punk was like that in like the 90s and 80s and stuff like that. Very like, people would trade like 7-inch vinyls or be in like clubs and stuff like that. You would literally have to hear a song to hear it, or like people would make like bootlegs of stuff in clubs, like would record like songs on like cassette tape recorders in there to have the stuff, then like burn it to another cassette tape and trade them, stuff like that. So SoundCloud kind of did that for like hip hop and stuff like that. Oh yeah, like you said, P2 like has so much music, definitely over 1,000, like you said, and like that's why like it really was like an effort to like a community-wide effort to be like one of the people that, hey, I'm going to archive this for future generations, because this is a moment in time in hip-hop. And that's what it felt like, being in that time period, like the burgeoning SoundCloud era. Like, now with how big Spotify and Apple Music are, most things that get released on Apple Music and Spotify would also be on SoundCloud. But SoundCloud, don't get me wrong, is still a great avenue for unreleased music and stuff like that, because not just anybody can post to Apple Music and Spotify, you know what I mean? So it's just, it still does have like that kind of like punk rock underground like aesthetic to it and stuff like that. And like I said, it's a great archival source now. I feel like that's a great, like I have a playlist on SoundCloud. Like, my only playlist I use on SoundCloud is for stuff that isn't on other streaming like platforms, so I can just get to these songs when I want to hear them and stuff like that. So it's just like, it was definitely like a community effort back then, and I was like the guy that was known, like, hey, that's the dude that has all of Uno and Fani's music. Like, those were the two big ones that people would really like want and stuff like that. And I archived like a ton of their shit that I could. The big one, definitely the big one. I mean, there was a bunch of different songs that were like important to have like saved and stuff like that, especially like now and stuff that aren't on stuff. But like a big one was like getting Kurosaki, this 1,000 Band Fani song that was like track 3 or 4 on this mixtape he released as not as 1,000 Band Fani. I'm assuming it's his real name. I don't know what his real name is, but it was released under the name Taj Keem. And the song was called Kurosaki. And it literally, like, the metadata on it that I have, when I downloaded it and when I got it, it said like track 4 of 12. It's the only song from the mixtape I was ever able to find. So that like that was like kind of like you said here with that song, like it was like little known about it, unreleased tape. Like, that tape was released, but who knows where the fuck it went to. Like, this was really cool, like, finding stuff like that. And it was just cool. Like, I remember the day, like, when I was, like, just archiving again, like, Lamb's music and stuff, and I found, like, hey, this EP that is a different name, but it has the same record label. Let me, like, listen to it. And I listened to it, and I'm like, oh, shit, this is actually him, but this is a different name. And then I realized, like, oh, shit, he had a name before Lambs. Let me now search for, like, these songs, you know what I mean? Like, it's definitely, like, it's a lot of work. It's kind of like an investigative, like, work. I know that might sound crazy to people who have no idea what we're talking about, Knights, but you being a fellow archivist, like, you totally get what I'm saying. So, that's why, like, I greatly appreciate, what you're doing, your efforts and stuff like that. By the way, everybody, like, yeah, listening and stuff like this, when I back this up to YouTube, because I back up all my streams to YouTube, definitely go check out Knight's YouTube and stuff like that. Especially if you have any interest in hip hop, because P2 the Gold Mask is a phenomenal artist. Very, very, very underrated. Very, very, like, he's definitely an artist that he's underrated in the fact that he still doesn't get his flowers. I think he will one day, because like I said, like, today they really give Black Cray his flowers, and I love and appreciate that so much, that, like, he gets that because he really deserves it. Like I said earlier, to me, Black Cray, Bones, and Space Ghost Perp are the three biggest underground artists from, like, that with what they've been able to do. That's why last year at Grey Day, it was so cool that Suicide Boys, like, they said after singing, like, Then and Now in the Hour of Our Death, with Bones on stage, like, before they even went to the next song, they said, hey, everybody please, like, give Bones a round of applause, because if there's not him, there is no Suicide Boys, there is no Grey 5-9, and there is no, like, half the underground. So please, everybody, like, give him your applause. So that was really cool, like, getting to see him get his flowers like that. I'm sure they're going to do something similar for Black Cray this year. But P2 the Gold Mask, super, 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 super underrated. He's just always been a very, like, low-key artist, but once you get, like, tapped in and stuff, like, you're a fan for life. Like, if you like it, I would just say, like, if you genuinely like hip-hop, I just don't see why you wouldn't find P2 the Gold Mask enjoyable. He has such a range across his songs and stuff like that. And I gotta say this, he's given a lot of love to a lot of artists. He seems just in general like a really chill guy in the way that he helps also burgeon other artists. Like a great one, 100%. Knight's just put in the comments, once you tap him with P2, you enter a rabbit hole. 100%, bro. Absolutely. And he shows, like I said, he shows a lot of love to other artists. I think Risk is such a classic song. It's a phenomenal Bones feature, a phenomenal Chris Travis feature. But way, 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 way back in the day, I'm talking like back in the day, like Schema Posse era, Little Peep. There's a P2 the Gold Mask feature, Running Out of Time, Root. That features Little Peep. So he was given like Little Peep love very, very, very early in like Peep's career and stuff like that. 100%, like you said, like definitely like tapped in on like a lot of Mexico Dro beats back in the day. Which of course, big shout out to Mexico Dro. Been a phenomenal producer all these years, but to really be like getting a lot of love now in the past 2 years from the hip-hop community for his rapping efforts. I think most people would agree Mexico Dro last year dropped Song of the Summer with No Date, in my opinion, and I know a lot of people That was their opinion online. I know even last year, after he dropped No Date, Tyler the Creator was showing Mexico Drove some love in an interview for Tyler's like new album. They asked him what he was listening to, and he said that new Mexico Drove, talking about No Date. So big love to Mexico Drove. Didn't P2 have like a whole EP or mixtape produced by Stupid Cool? Another great like producer. Or am I tripping? I know they've worked together on like a bunch of songs, but I feel like he had like a whole EP or mixtape produced by him. Might be wrong. Yeah, he has so many projects, like you're saying. Like you said, he has so much. I feel like he has an EP produced by him, but I know at a minimum, like they've worked together on like a lot of different songs and stuff like that. Close to getting his Trap Bot mixtape. He said, let me like Google the cover of that, see if I can like. I can't find the cover of it. Yeah, but P2 always been that dude, guys. Yeah, like I highly recommend checking him out again. If you like hip hop, I don't see what you wouldn't get out of liking P2, because he is such a like. He's such like a purist of hip hop, if that makes sense. Like, he's genuinely one of the people that makes the genre, the greater genre of hip hop better as a whole by being in it, because he put so much of him into it, and everything is just so genuine in how it feels. Genuinely, like, I've never seen one person ever say anything bad about like him or working with him. He's such a he's a really chill guy, and I like that he designs his own merch and stuff like that. That's one thing I love seeing about like on his Twitter is like, I remember him showing like, hey, like, here's like my original drawings for this like tracksuit that I like thought of, and then showing where like he had it made up and like actually got it like stitched together and stuff like that. So really cool like stuff like that, like even on all ends of hip hop, like from showing love to different like artists, showing love to different producers, wide range of stuff. That's why I say he's like a purist, like from rapping on MF Doom beats to rapping on Mexico Dro beats. Some stuff has like a very post-trap sound to it, like Black Cray, like, but then like other stuff kind of has like a boom bap feel to it. He just feels like he just gets it, like hip hop's in his DNA, if that makes sense. Yeah, I can tell you right now, I've never seen this cover in my life, bro. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I've never seen that cover in my life, so. Yeah, that one was new to me, but he definitely like gets it. He's one like, and this is to me like this is one of my personal favorite artists, and one person that truly shined, like again during the SoundCloud era and stuff, still like on fire and like constantly like cooking with stuff. But again, he just gets hip hop and is very like giving, and that's my man Slime Sito. If you know me, you know RSG is one of my favorite record labels, period. I ride for RSG, Rich Slime, always. And Slime Sito, just very consistent, constantly releasing stuff. A master of, like, again, like when SoundCloud was like burgeoning like that, for getting not just himself over, but and not just people in RSG like Busy Bee and Flu Hunchos and Black Guala, like them being able to upload their own music on Slime Sito's page. But for him to be able to, and there's a great article you can find online that's wrote up about it. There's videos you can watch about it too, like vlogs. For him to realize, okay, like, there's a lot of artists out here that are younger than me, and because they're younger than me, they don't have, like, the income or the established, like, money to put into a music career that I have, but they have the talent for it. And what he did was he opened up his home recording studio to a lot of other burgeoning artists at that time. And burgeoning as in, like, very, very, very early into, like, their even start of their music journey, to say, hey, you can come record at my home studio so that you don't have to worry about paying studio time and stuff like that. And so you have, you know, somewhere safe that you can record at and stuff like that. And he did that for people like Doo-Wop Kane, Little Candy Paint, Trippy Red. In the vlog, you actually see Digital Nos uploading the first A Love Letter to You by Trippy Red onto SoundCloud in the vlog, like you see it and stuff like that. So Sito was like helping like his community and stuff like not just trying to grow himself, not just trying to grow his record label, but grow hip hop as a whole. And that's why, like, nobody ever has anything bad to say about Sito, because he rides for a lot of people, and like he did a lot for the community. You know, my girl Krayshawn did the same. Like, she has put so much back into like hip hop and stuff like that. Will always ride for Krayshawn for like her love of like helping get other artists over and stuff like that. So it's really cool, like, getting to see stuff like that.
本当です。こんなにもこんなにもこの世界で愛されているのだから。異世界などに。
Yeah, it is an awesome thing. It is an awesome thing too, especially when there's so many people in the world that take. You know what I mean? So it's dope when people when they do, like, you hear about people like that do give back and try and like better the overall state of it. Because like if you gatekeep and you're the only one and stuff like that, and you're like blocking people out and stuff like that, then the community doesn't grow, the art form doesn't grow and stuff like that, and stuff like that can what leads to there not being anymore. You know what I mean? Because like if you just block everyone out from like coming into it, you know, you get what I'm saying? Like, obviously, like, I don't think like if one person is like gatekeeping hip hop, like the whole genre will go down. No, I don't mean like that. But I mean like one person helping others, though, helps the whole a lot more than one person doing things on their own and being like, nah, fuck all y'all. Like, it's just going to be me like eating and stuff like you get what I'm saying, Knights, I'm sure. And I'm sure other people like they get what I'm saying. They're trying to, it's like, regardless of their own success, they're trying to just help the genre as a whole, if that makes sense, or the art form as a whole, really is what it is. It's not about I'm trying to help even these people that I'm directly working with and helping. It's like I'm just wanting to leave it in a better state than what it was when I came into the art form, if that makes sense. As far as P2 searching's been going, it's just been mainly you taking up the mantle. No, I totally get that. Like, yeah, it's just like I said, it's like a community thing. I don't know if you use this tax season artwork. This one I have seen. This one I definitely have seen this one before. The Pixel one, the Trap Bot one, bro, you shook me that one. I was like, what the fuck, bro? I ain't never seen that. But yeah, this tax season one I've definitely seen. But it is fire. He has like he's always had like fire like covers and stuff like that. Going in, you would assume like he only makes post trap music based off of his covers, but it's not. Like he does have like boom bap stuff like that. Like I was saying, just all over the spectrum of it. Yeah, I would say definitely like Leaked This is a great way, like other than Kanye to meet other archivists for music and stuff like that, or for hip hop and stuff like that. So that's a good like website to like check out. I think it's changed like Leaked like .cs or something. I think like, but if you search Leaked This, you'll probably still find the other one. So that's like a good avenue you can like check and stuff like that. But no, I totally get it. Like because you get what I'm saying. Like it takes so much to archive a artist. The best way is like focusing on like, okay, what is being already taken care of? Okay, so these are all covered. All right, now that these are covered, what's left? I'm a fan of this person because obviously, like, ain't nobody archiving shit if they ain't a fan of it. You see, then you gotta ask yourself, like, what do I really care about and stuff like that. Like, who am I like rocking with? Who do I believe in? Who do I fuck with? Stuff like that. And that's where I said, like, to me, like, I came down to like, all right, let me like archive like Fawny and Uno, Black Cray, Lamb, stuff like that. Good girl. But hopefully all that stuff that I said like made sense and stuff like that. We can keep chatting, by the way, Knights. I'm just gonna like continue like the boss fight and stuff like that while we're like going and stuff like that. But don't feel like just because like I'm like playing the game that I can't like do both and stuff like that. Do I ever listen to retro music? So I'll say this here recently within the past couple years. No, you good. Like I can chat and play. It's just with my autism in general, and my longtime viewers like this, they know. Sometimes being autistic, it's hard. Not sometimes being autistic, all the time being autistic. It's hard to know if what you're saying is being understood by the other person. Because fundamentally being autistic, my brain works differently than non-autistic people, but also fundamentally my brain works different than other autistic people too. Even among autistic people, I'm still an individual. You know what I mean? So I have so sometimes like I can't play while I'm talking at the time sometimes because I'm trying to make sure I want to make very clearly what I actually think is being said, because sometimes that's hard for me because my brain works differently, so I don't know if I can convey what I think to someone else. So that's why like I was saying like, and I don't want to be rude too, that's the thing, but obviously like I can play and chat at the same time. It's just music archival is such a hard thing for people to understand if they don't know about it, care about it, or do it themselves. You get what I'm saying? Like Knights, I'm sure you know, like I'm sure it's probably hard for you to explain it to other people. You know what I mean? So that's why like for my other viewers and stuff like that, and from when we get it uploaded to YouTube and stuff like that, I'm trying to like explain like what exactly it is that I'm talking about, if that makes sense. And again, with autism, it's another thing about like sometimes I over explain, but the over explanation comes with, again, the way my brain works. I'm trying to explain. But in regards to like, so back when I was like archiving music and stuff like that, and in like college and stuff like that, I would listen to a lot of music, like a lot of like hip hop and stuff like that, consistently, just constantly. Like new mixtape comes out or new albums come out like every week. All right, cool. Go ahead, download them, add them, whatever I like, throw it into the playlist. Whatever I don't, hey, I'm on to the next thing. You know what I mean? And of course, then I would have like my favorite stuff too. But then in the past years, as like in recent years, I've reduced what I've listened to so like little and so specific. Basically, like as time has gone on, anything that hasn't been like my favorite artist, I really don't listen to other stuff, if that makes sense. Like, so it's like I can probably very quickly explain the extent of everything that I currently listen to in the terms of this. So I have like my general playlist of stuff that I listen to, which is my favorite artist, and it has to like kind of blend around. So that's primarily Future, who is my favorite artist, Young Thug, who's my second favorite artist, Travis, Lil Uzi, Migos, and Lil Keed, R.I.P. And who else goes in that playlist? And Derez Deshawn. I think that's it. I think that's all I put in that playlist. Then I have one that's 1017. That one is only Gucci Mane and anyone who's ever been signed to 1017 that I like. Not anybody who's ever been signed to 1017, because there's some people signed 1017 that just because they signed to it, I'm not a fan of them. So that one will only be like Gucci, Pooh Shiesty, Fugano, Young Scooter, Hoodrich, Pablo Juan, Pee Wee Longway, stuff like that. I got another one that is 1000 Band Activist. That's only Uno and Fani go in that playlist. There's one playlist I have that's like Sesh Hollow Waterboys, Rob Banks, Space Ghost Perp, 3-6 Mafia. That's pretty much all that goes in that one. Memphis is literally only what they would call Memphis drill. I usually don't say drill for stuff unless it's like actually from Chicago. Now I know the UK people are probably pissed. I'm sorry to my UK viewers. I'm talking about like US drill, that kind of stuff. So, but what they would call Memphis drill, that's that. So again, Pooh Shiesty, Matt Critter, FTO Set, stuff like that. Lil Double O. I have another one that's free bands, so it's only Future, Young Scooter, Doughboy, Lil Double O. One that's only G59, so Suicide Boys, Ramirez, stuff like that. Yes, I know Ramirez isn't on G59 anymore, but he's still there. And then the last one is just Jurassic Park, which is, of course, Welcome to Clay County, aka Jurassic Park. That one's only RSG. So Slime Sitto, Black Guala, Free Black Guala, Flu Hunchos, BZB, and Big Smoke Chapo, aka Southside Smoke, aka Snake. So like that's pretty much like what I just went through there. That's pretty much the extent of like all I listen to. It's like only those artists, if that makes sense. Now, I know I said, like, only those artists, but that was, like, what, like, probably, like... Oh, Black Cray. I have Black Cray in my playlist for, Sesh Hollow Waterboys, by the way. Yeah, there are, like, some extra artists in there that fit under those respective, like, banners, if that makes sense. but only listen to Black Cray, Cold Heart, P2, GF Retro, Kane Solo, Lil Tracy, Lil Peep, a few more. Yeah, I like Little Peep. I'll put in my like Sesh Hall Water Boys playlist too to like have that going there too, along with like Black Cray in there. It's like I mentioned earlier, Black Cray is one of my favorite artists, and I was archiving his music and stuff like that. But yeah, like that's and it's funny. Like back in the day, like no, I don't. I do not know GF Retro. I've never heard that name before. But that's pretty much all I listen to. It's just like that banner of like those artists and stuff like that. But occasionally, like, and I know that didn't cover everything that I listened to, but that basically like explained it. Like you could figure out like, obviously I didn't name every 1017 artist. I didn't name every Memphis drill artist that I listened to, but you get what I mean. Oh, he's a producer. Okay, cool. Yeah, I've never seen that name before. I didn't recognize it. Like, there's a lot of 1017 artists that go under there, like Young Mao and stuff like that. But no, that's primarily what I listen to. Wait a second. Speaking of which, Rob Banks just dropped a new song at midnight. I'll have to listen to this later. Wrist Up. He just dropped the song last week with Space Goes Pert. It was really good. Because he's got a mixtape. Or a mixtape or album on the way. It's a full Rob Banks Space Goes Pert mixtape. I fucking pray it comes out. I'm praying it comes out. Made the beat for Tamagotchi, the Black Cray and Xavier Wolf song, or a different song titled Tamagotchi, because that is a phenomenal Black Cray song, by the way. It's a classic. I think if you're a Black Cray fan, you know Tamagotchi. It's such a no, that one. Oh yeah. Well, that's a great classic. Because for a second, funny thing is, there's a shit. Give me one second. Just give me one sec. My brain's like going right now so fast. Okay, dope. Alright, I found it. I was like, God, who sings that song? There's another song called Tamagotchi. It's by Big Baby Scumbag. And it's called Tamagotchi. And even though it's called Tamagotchi, the beat is built around the Sonic the Hedgehog Green Hill Zone. It's built around a Sonic the Hedgehog Green Hill Zone sample. So shout out to whoever produced that one, because that beat's hard on that one too. But yeah, shout out to Kane Solo, because that Tamagotchi beat for Black Cray is phenomenal. But yeah, you might want to check out the Big Baby Scumbag song Tamagotchi, because that Sonic the Hedgehog beat is it goes dumb. Yeah, it's a dope song. You have to check it out. Even though it's called Tamagotchi, it's got the Sonic the Hedgehog sample, and he has like a line in there about like Pikachu and stuff like that. But it's just a fun song.
それはつまり我々は将来的にも聖号騎士の皆様と
Whoa, what a cool like line.
励みにさせていただきます。ありがとうございます。
Damn, that's really cool that they said like. I mean, that's literally what Sorietta's training for. Well, I guess that's what Medina's training for too, because she went through the academy with Kirito and them. But that's really dope that they said like, hey, you two will be Integrity Knights, like, sooner rather than later. That's really dope. I like that. That's like what I'm hoping for, is not just Medina's in the next game. I hope we get Medina like an Integrity Knight armor. I think that would be sick.
私はどうする？オルティナノスケの名に恥の行いをしなくては、背を追いかけている方々と肩を並べたい。それから今はの際には。
Damn, it's kind of morbid what Medina's saying. That was interesting from Medina. Really like showed her resolve there, because she was talking about like, you could see like she was talking about like she had a realization of like, hey, when Kirito goes back to the real world, and when they all go back to the real world, we may never see them again. So that was, I mean, obviously that's hard, like when you know like you're going to be at a crossroads where you'll never see someone who's your friend again. But that was interesting for Medina to be like, we could potentially never see him again. Yeah, but thank you again, Knights, for the follow and for stopping by. I am, like I said, I'm going to pay it forward definitely, and give you the sub on YouTube, because you're doing the Lord's work, man. Like I said, I did that archiving and stuff in the past. Like, I greatly like have nothing but love and respect for what you're doing, man. I hope more people like do that too. Take up the mantle of and do it. Like I said, I don't, where I am at my current point in life, I just don't have like the ability to do that, and I know how much work it is to do. So I greatly appreciate like anybody who does that for any genre of music, because it is important. And not just music, like shout out to the people that are out there archiving games and stuff like that, especially with like right now in the next year and the past like 3-4 years, with all these digital platforms closing down. I really appreciate all y'all's effort in archiving games and stuff like that for the future. So thank y'all so much. I got nothing but much love for those communities. As a former member, an active member of a music community that was archiving them, I greatly appreciate that stuff. Yeah, that song is hard. Like I mess with it a lot. It's one of my favorite songs of his. It's tough. It's between that one and, I know this is like his biggest song, but I think it's his biggest song for a reason. It's between that and like Dale Earnhardt. I really like both of them. And it's funny, Dale Earnhardt, he actually got love from Dale Jr. Like, no joke. Like, literally, like one day I was on Twitter and I saw like him retweeting where Dale Jr. tweeted at him saying like, hey, like, I actually really like this song and think it's really cool. Like, thank you for making a song named after my dad and stuff like that. And I was like, damn, that's like, like crazy. And like, that's just wild that like Dale Earnhardt, like, could you imagine that? Like, that's so like out of left field for like Dale Earnhardt Jr. to be like messaging, like tweeting this, like, you know, an independent rapper saying like, hey, I heard your song named after my dad and I like it. Keep up the great work. Like, that's so funny. Chat, why You see my issue here, right, chat? They, like, made an error in this in-game cutscene. They recorded this in-game cutscene with Rogu having his default weapons equipped. And this is taking place after he got the new weapons. So yeah, they made a mistake here. Oh, you're good, Knights. Like I said, I have people that jump in and out of chat all the time, man. Fighting these, like, legally distinct Corels. Dude, they keep jabbing me out my combo. Alright, I got something for y'all motherfuckers. Wow, I couldn't even get my counter going because I got jabbed. Yeah, like you see, that's what Rogu should have had in the cutscene. Yeah, they messed that up. These Corels have immaculate timing for taking me out of like my combo. I didn't get the counter hit. By the way, in Guilty Gear Strive, I'm at like 56 or 57. My level on the what's it called? Blazing Pass. I just realized when that one showed up, I was like, oh wait, we have to fight more than these three, and now I see it says we have to fight 20 of them. Alright, I might have to make better use of like some AoEs and trying to get some counters when I can. Did set Rogu's skills, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure we did. Also, I just realized these are listed as foxes in their name. Which is funny, because we fought fox enemies before. I don't remember their character model being this. Unless, like, I'm mistaken? I just remember these are the enemies that clearly look like Corels from Final Fantasy. Alright, Rogu got knocked down. I'm still debating on, and if I can find one like... Well, they are on eBay, but if I can find one for a good price, I still want to get a PlayStation TV. Just because that would be, like, so much better and easier for streaming some of the classics I bought on my PS3 than actually, like, bringing my PS3 in here and setting it up. Alright, I'm getting, like... Okay, those have a move to break counters. Didn't realize that. Motherfucker jabbed me out my damn... Alright, we're gonna be here for a while if we don't, like, get going here. Rogu ain't doing shit to help me, really. Damn, I keep getting, like, jabbed out of shit. Yeah, this is this is quickly becoming very annoying. Yeah, this is getting very, very, very annoying. Oh, God, I don't have SP to get my healing done. Are you fucking kidding me? God damn, dude, this shit is annoying. Dude, fuck off. My God, dude, these motherfuckers are annoying. We have how many to take down? 7? Dude, it's the fact that they can jab me out the air. They can jab me through my counter. Oh my God. Yeah, they're also like Corels because they got lightning. I'm about to have to pause it so I can go pee. Ah! Yeah, I wanted the extra damage while they were down, and the other fucker jabbed me out my, like, counter. Alright, Kirito's down, now I'm just Rogu, so... I was gonna say, let's see if we can see what this is before he dies. He's about to die. Alright, Rogu's dead. Let's see if he'll let us lower their levels, or what's gonna happen here. Well, that was really annoying. I did not like that. 20 of them. Fight 20 of them. Where the fuck are we? How far back did we go? I don't know how far back we went, but either way, let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back.
What's a green room?
Alright, chat, I'm back. Alright, we gotta lock in. We gotta lock in and beat this. Alright, I'm gonna change Kirito's equipment first. Oh shit, Roku doesn't even have any equipment. That's like the greater issue. But I could use some more defense too on Kirito. Is there a way, can I sort these by like alphabetical? Okay, that's not what I was trying to do. Just put this back on, just so we can like gauge what we have. L3 is sort, okay. No, we can't. Okay. Well, whatever. We'll just look for whatever's XT versus whatever isn't. Let's start all the way from the top. And we want to check passives too. SP consumption down. %5 buff to everything? Ooh, I kind of like that. 24 defense? Okay, XT Iron Chain Earring. Yeah, let's keep that in the back of our mind. But yeah, if it doesn't have a passive, I don't care. Oh, this was the shit that buffed our health so much, isn't it? Vit 46. Yeah, defense 30. Max HP 10%. The healing received won't matter because what's his name doesn't heal. Dex. That'd be good for our scaling with our katana. Yeah, but this Vit, that changes our life a good bit. A good bit, yeah. What's the passive on here? Convert defense to attack. I don't want less defense. I mean, that is good, but not for like this fight. I don't want that right now. XT Bronze Ring. Defense down. Crit rate proportional to SP. Okay. Attack 10%. Evasion plus 10%. Dex scaling again. Cooldown reduction. Let's keep going. HP drain. Don't. God knows I don't want that. Deflect timing. What? Protects... decreases revival time? What stats does this have? Strength. Sacred Heart accuracy. Wow, that's helpful. That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. This has it too. Yeah, equip. Which was it? This gives Vit and Dex. What are the passives again? Oh yeah, that's just yeah. We ain't replacing that unless there's a better version of it. No, that's the only one actually. Funny enough, the other one doesn't have the strength buff. No, that's not going. That's too good. Yeah, let's replace our ring right now with what was it? The white silk cloak. Are these all the same stats? They are, okay. Yeah, because that gives me a huge defensive buff, so we'll go with that. And then Rogu, that would give Rogu 5% buff on everything. Yeah, but that is only a 5% buff on everything, though. We might be able to stack something better. Give him that for the HP stuff. And we'll try and see. This would give him... Yeah, give him this for the revival time. Do that. We'll see how that works. Alright, let's jump back in now. Yeah, save since we just set those, so we don't have to reset them. Alright, we gotta lock in though, chat. Yeah, I think we saved before we got in here. We might have to see that cutscene for like Broccoli and them again. But we can just skip it if so. But yeah, now it's time to lock in. So we ain't streaming all night. I mean, I know it's still only like 1:30, but hey, we still gotta lock in. We gotta beat this motherfucker. It's just, God, dude, killing 20 of them, just the two of us, man, fuck out of here. All right, let's get this done. Because we're going to beat this chapter, and we still got the boss fight. At least 2 boss fights, because we have to beat them with both. Alright, this should go right into the fight. Not to follow him first. Can I save from here? Save points are disabled. So that means if I die again... I'm sorry, where am I supposed to go to get down from here? Oh, it's right here beside me. I didn't see it. I didn't want him to, like, fall somewhere and be, like, stuck. That's what I was, like, worried about. Was, like, Kirito getting, like, caught in, like, the geometry or something, like we couldn't get out or something. Because we've seen sometimes these games, they ain't, like, tested and stuff like that. To the extent of, like, other games are. I'm just gonna have to go for as many counters as I can as soon as I get the SP for him. Yeah, the good news is they're dying a lot faster now. That's because our experience ring, it doesn't have like any like stat buffs on it. I just need to do that to get him in hazard state. Actually, like, killed him, damn. Yeah, this is making a big difference because we have the statistical buff now from like the second XT equipment. Oh shit, since he's down, let me get the extra damage. Nice, got a parry there. Thank God that lightning attack doesn't do paralysis. Oh my god. That'd be a nightmare. With how, like, just terrible paralysis is in this game. Yeah, when they're close to being in, like, hazard, sometimes it's good just to go into that other attack. If it means, like, we would be able to attack them before they, like, attack us. Better than, like, waiting for the counter is what I'm trying to say. Like, see, he's close to hazard. I just need to go ahead and just... Damn, well, I got jabbed out of it, though. Fuck! Now I'm getting, like, jabbed out of, like, everything. Fuck. Motherfucker's annoying as shit. Dude, get the fuck out this fucking corner! God damn. God, dude. This is annoying as fuck, man. Here you go. Get the extra damage because they're downed. That one's almost dead. Hopefully this will kill him. Dude, why can I not, like, do break? Like, what the fuck was going on there? Yeah, at least this backsteps me, too. So, like, when I'm not in the corner like I was earlier, that helps out a lot. Alright, 10 are dead. This one's in break status. Now I'm getting caught in the other one, though. Okay, stop locking on, because now I'm getting, like, stuck with them behind me. I don't know if y'all could tell there, but the frame rate started going to hell. Yeah, see the arts gauge is full? I'm trying to, like, KO this one if I can. Just lock onto a different one. There we go. Yeah, we have AoE, I forgot, so, like, whatever one I lock onto, the ones around them hopefully will take damage too. Alright. 8 to go. That was weird. Were they like waiting on them to spawn in like that? That was weird. Damn, it wouldn't let me, like, get the hit there. Yeah, you have to, like, not let them, like, get you at, like, the wall. Like, see, like, right now I have the wall behind me, so I'm gonna have to, like, move. Yeah, like, I'm not in a good spot right here, but I'm getting lucky with how they're, like, interacting. See, now I'm not. Now I'm in, like, a bad spot. Because they're, like, jabbing me from, like, each side. We just got 4 more to take out. Alright, there we go. Full arts gauge. Or, arts gauge on this one at full health, so we'll hit him with the special. I think he was the only one that took damage there, but he's downed. We're not getting attacked, so we can go into this. Alright, we have, what, 1 more to take on? Yeah, it's the last one, okay. Of course, they're going to, like, keep spawning in, but we just have to take out, like, 1. I have backdash there. There we go. That's 20. Alright, go ahead. Have your death animation, buddy. Man, that sucked. Yeah, you know we had to lock in. We had to change our equipment. Remove our XP buffering.
まったく寝つけないからって魔獣との戦いに明け暮れるやごめんアリスがさ言ってたぞ言いたくないなら無理には聞かないでも怒って言ってるんじゃない仲間だからキリトでもきっとキリトにとってはすごくつまらない話ああもちわかった
Wonder what he's gonna say.
村でその役俺は家族もいない孤児でさある日いつもの狩りを終えて村にも武器を持って恐る恐る訪問したら家の人当然俺は倒そうとした魔獣を撃退する自信も狩人として転職を待ったけど動けなかったんだ一日の狩猟可能な上限に達してしまっていたんだ
Okay. I was about to say, the way he's talking about that sounds like it was the taboo index that stopped him.
近畿目録助けて助けて助けて今俺が狩ることができればこの命は助かるのに体が動かないおかしいおかしいこんなのはおかしいあの近畿目録に書かれているというだけで目の前の近畿目録ってなんだあれは深海の平和を守るため
Ironically, my right eye started itching there.
じゃあこれは何なんだこんなことがあってそう俺は思ってそこからの記憶は曖昧だ気づけば魔獣は倒していたけど魔獣の侵入を村人の家屋にまで許したことでも魔獣を連れてきたのは俺だってことになってた処分を中央にカセドラルに任せるべき俺には守ってくれる人もいないから逃げたもっと強くなって誰にも俺を傷つけさせないでもさ俺バカだからそのままダークテリトリーまで行っちゃった
Excuse me?
うわこれはやばいまた近畿目録を破ったまた長い旅をしながら引き返したそうしてキリトと出会ったんだ眠れなくなったのは村での出来事があったせいかなそれに一人だといつ魔獣に襲われるか眠れなくなっちゃうんだでももう体が慣れちゃったローグやはり右目の封印を破っ時系列が定かじゃないがダークテリトリーに入ったというのに元老院にサーチされてなかったのは俺たちがアドミニストレーターを倒した時期と重なるということだろうなあログ同じように抗い続けた結果右目を壊しそれを俺たちの中ではアリスは治療されないままの目を見てそうじゃないかってそうなんだなあ落ち着いた時にその目を直さないかでももうそうか何はな今は夜だけど俺がいるんだし怖くないよ安心して寝てくれロク大きくなったら一緒に遊びに行こうな約束キリトのそばなら
So we haven't got info yet about the village that he was at being the village that they grew up in. Its name escapes me right now. But at least we know how he broke the seal of the right eye. That was interesting. I wasn't expecting that story at all. It was really cool though. It made a lot of sense. It's crazy that he ran into the dark territory. Now that we finished that, let's put our experience ring back on. Where's it at? Ring of the Creation God's Blessing. This was it, right? Experience plus 50%. Okay, cool. Now let's go remove this equipment from Rogu because I actually don't want him. So we needed him to survive in that fight because we were stuck until we beat it. But we know when we fight the bosses here that if everybody dies, it doesn't game over. We can just restart the fight and lower the enemy's level. So I don't want Rogu to be buffed. But Kirito, regardless, I want the ring to give us more experience just to help us like with leveling and shit. Hey, welcome back, Knights. What you missed was we got put in a terrible fucking fight where they split my party in half and we had to fight 20 of these like enemies. If it was all 4 of us, it wouldn't have been an issue. It still would have took some time just because like they were pretty resilient with their health and stuff like that. But our party got split in half, so I only had like half the manpower to take them on. And unfortunately, we died. And it was actually fighting 20 of those like lion-like things right there were running past. We died, so we had to go back and skip all the cutscenes that we had to do again. So it was easy to get through the second time. It still took some time. What was annoying was they were stun locking me. And that's a problem with this game where sometimes enemies can stun lock you. It's like... It feels like... So there's some jank with these Sword Art Online games, just being honest with you. And you don't really have like an iframe like you would in a lot of other games. So you can get stun locked by enemies. And we were fighting in a small area, so that's what sucked about it, was the size of the enemies, plus we were in a small area. So it was very easy that you would kind of get surrounded by the walls of the area you were at, and then an enemy on either side. And while you would be fighting one, and I have a skill here on everybody that you just need it once you unlock it, that adds, go back to me. Right here, it makes all your attacks do AoE damage. So that's great and all. But if you get jabbed out of doing your sword skill or your attack, then you're fucked. So that's what it was like. They just kept jabbing us out of us completing like our attacks and stuff like that. So it was like I kind of had to, from knowing this game and how they play in general, kind of work through the jank, so to speak. And I had to unequip my ring here that gives me 50% more experience that I always have on. And I actually had to put on something that would give me like better defense and better attack. So it's like we had ways to beat it. It's just that I had to kind of work around the game's jank to not have to skip through like 5 cutscenes all over again. That was the only part that sucked. Is there's random points in this game where they'll just be like, okay, saves are disabled now. And you're like, okay, well, thanks. Like, for no explanation, it'll just be like, alright, saves are disabled. For whatever reason. Like, right now, I might not be able to fast travel. Yeah, see, we can't fast travel right now. So since, like, because of that, even though there's a save point right before the fight, we just couldn't save. So we had to do the fight, and if we died, well, then we gotta skip all them cutscenes again. So I just didn't want to go through all those, like, loads and stuff like that. And it was just, like... It was just one of those things where it's like, did we really have to fight 20 of them? And it's funny, like, on the last chapter that we were playing, we had a similar situation where we had to fight 20 enemies at one spot. And I'm like, did we really need to fight 20 if they were going to be this, like, resilient with their life bars? Like, I'm fine with fighting 20 enemies if it goes kind of fast. You get what I'm saying? Or I'm fine fighting one enemy if they have, like, a large life bar. But fighting 20 enemies, and they all are kind of, like, damage spongy, you know what I mean? That's a little egregious. It just kind of kills the pacing, if that makes sense. Like, while I do enjoy playing these SAO game versus games 5 games in, about to start the 6th game, there's some things that definitely each one could be improved upon. With the exception of Fatal Bullet. I think Fatal Bullet is damn near perfect. I think that's why it is everyone's favorite. I really don't know what you could do to make Fatal Bullet better. Legitimately. I really don't know what you could do to make Hollow Realization better either. Hollow Realization I thought was also perfect. I always say, like, those are... To me, it's just as good as Fatal Bullet. Lost Song, my god, you could do a lot to make Lost Song better. But yeah, that's the only thing I would say. That's my only complaint about that encounter. And the encounter that we had in the prior chapter is... It would have been a lot better if it was one super tough enemy or 20 enemies that the life bar, like, it kind of made sense for them. Like, if we're fighting mob characters, then we should kind of be able to, you know, like, yeah, there should still be a threat that you should lose. Like, you should still have to play the game. But it just doesn't make sense. Like, to me, it just kills the pacing. And yeah, I see you saying, like, you get what I mean. Because the part of it that didn't make sense is, like, it would make sense if, like, we were having to, like, really work to kill all these mob characters like that if they were a higher level than us. But I'm, like, level 102 and the enemies were level, like, 97. You know what I mean? Yeah, this game is a lot. Oh, bro. You think this game is a lot? You ain't seen nothing. Dude, the amount of shit that they put into Hollow Realization, and even going further back to the first game, the amount of shit they put in Hollow Fragment, my god, dude. It is so funny. All the shit that's in, like, Hollow Realization. Like, this game is a lot. But this game is like a blend of Lost Song and Hollow Realization in terms of gameplay. And Lost Song was like the most stripped down, bare bones one of them. There was still a lot in it. But it was nowhere near what was in the 2 games that were around it. Hollow Fragment and Hollow Realization. There is so much shit in Hollow Realization. Just in general. Then when you beat the game and go into the post-game, like the DLCs and stuff, it's like every DLC added on so much stuff. That game is like systems on systems on systems. They just keep piling on more shit. And I'm like, I remember by the time, like, we finished it, I was like, chat, there's so much shit in here that we didn't do because we were only doing the story stuff. But I was convinced, like, you could realistically, if somebody, like, loved the game so much and was so inclined, they could probably play the game the rest of their life. And they would still be unlocking and beating shit in it. They just piled on so much stuff in Hollow Realization that I was like, this is a fun game, and if you love it, hey, more power to you. But my god, they just piled in so much shit in that game, like... It's funny how, like, much less there is in that one compared to it. And this still has, like, a ton of systems to memorize. God knows it wouldn't be an SAO game if it didn't throw a lot at you. But man, the shit they piled in Hollow Realization just on and on and on and on. Alright, so we're Bracolian gang here. Who's the second person in the party? And I can't change the party at all, can I? No, I can't. Finatio's second, Medina's fourth. Great. Great, great, great. The issue is you can only swap characters between your first character and the second character, unless somebody gets, like, KO'd. And I wish Medina was the second character, because Medina would be who I would prefer to play as, but at least Broccoli also uses a katana. Because I have all my katana characters, because my character, Kirito, uses a katana. I have all my katana characters with essentially the same skills, so I can play any of them easily. This is cool, a good RPG trope. You gotta beat the enemy at both battlefields at the exact same time. Is it just me, or is it, oh shit, my TV's about to auto cut off. There we go. Is it just me, or is it interesting that, for Chapter 1, the story was focused on Squad, 2, but Chapter 2's focused on Squad 1? Or is that just me? Seemed like a tough game to beat, and time-taking too. Definitely time-taking. I would say tough to beat. This one? No. I wouldn't say. Some of them... Absolutely. This one, I would say no. Because this one... Fatal Bullet and this one, they had difficulty settings. I'm playing on normal difficulty. You can ramp it up if you want more of a challenge or whatever. Hollow Fragment... Easily the toughest, I would say. We did not finish the Grand Quest in Hollow Fragment. That was all that we did all the story stuff. In all the games, I'll finish the story. Any, like, super dungeon, hard stuff like that, no, I'm not here for that. I'm here for the story and breaking it down, analyzing with you guys, and chatting about it, talking about it, seeing how it correlates game to game and stuff like that. But, Hollow Fragment was... It was tough, bro. It was tough. There was no knocked down. Like, this game, you get knocked down. I don't know if you've seen the Sword Art Online anime, but basically, when they're in Sword Art Online, if somebody dies, they die. It's over. So if you died in the game, you were done. You went back to wherever you saved last. And the problem with that is... If you're... here we get parties of 4 characters. In Hollow Fragment, we were only able to party with 1 other character. And if they died, you gamed over immediately. Because thematically, if someone died, they were done. And they can't die because they got to be there for the end of the game. You know what I mean? Like, so that one was tough. Hollow Realization definitely has some tough shit in it. But thank God you get at least a party of 4 instead of 2. And it's not Sword Art Online as in Aincrad, where if you died, you were done. There was like, you'd get knocked down, you could get revived, stuff like that. So there was some leniency in Hollow Realization. So this one, I would just say, is it time-taking? Yeah. But, that's a JRPG. You know, if you're a JRPG fan, you're in it for the long haul. But I wouldn't consider this one hard. I would say this is one of the easier ones, definitely. Even without worrying about the difficulty setting, I just feel like this is one of the easier ones. And a big part of that is... your party is just, like, really strong. Regardless of who you have, like, you kind of have, like, a strong team in general. Sometimes you get saddled with inconveniences like what was happening earlier. But that's neither here nor there. The main issue there is, like, just here, like, a lot of enemies being here in the second DLC post game, enemies are just kind of like really spongy. They just take a lot of hits, even like normal enemies. Oh, we're fighting a real Memento now? So this is about to be the real boss fight.
力の規模が段違いじゃ。気をつけろ。おそらくあそ。
ああ、完美だったわ。素晴らしい痛みだった。
Well, she just admitted this is her real body.
すごく楽しかったわ。だってお気づきの痛いのは好きだけど壊れたら怒られてしまうわ。
And funny enough, like they didn't have this in the main game. This is only in the DLCs. So when you start DLC 1, if you're not level 70, it asks you like, "Hey, do you want to level up you and every character in the game to level 70?" Oh yeah. When you start DLC 2, if you're not level 100, it asks you like, "Hey, you want to level up everybody to level 100?" And also only in the DLCs. If you die during the boss fights, it literally just asks you, like, hey, do you want to, like, go back to your prior save and, like, go level up or try a different strategy? Or if you don't care, you're just here for the story and stuff, you just want to restart the boss fight now and we'll lower the boss's level by 5 levels. And that'll go on indefinitely until you beat them. And I've said this before too, like, is this game fun to play? Oh yeah, definitely. However, it is not the greatest gameplay JRPG I've ever played by a wide margin. This is not Final Fantasy 15 combat. Yeah, this is a long way from FF15. It's a long way from Xenoblade Chronicles. But that doesn't mean it's bad. It's just this is not the best combat I've ever played in a JRPG. So I am 100% here more for the story than the gameplay. But the story is definitely, like, that damn good. Like, it's worth it. Especially, like I said, 5 games into it. I wouldn't be here on Game 5 if I wasn't, you know, invested, genuinely. Damn, she can break my counter? That attack? I forgot, when we fought the last boss, he was breaking my counter too, left and right. That just might be a thing with, like, these, what are they called again? What was their, like, trophy name? The Four Lords, yeah. Maybe they just counter break a lot. Try to stay up because you're excited for new music. Oh, yeah, yeah. As soon as, like, once we finish the boss fight, by the way, obviously this is the boss to end this chapter. Once we beat her, there'll be like a little epilogue, like wrap-up thing. And then I'll be wrapping up the stream myself. Because, like I said, my intent was to finish the chapter. Can I switch back to Kirito? Oh, I would rather be Yujiro than Rogu. And now I'm stuck as them. Yeah, she's the, so each chapter of this DLC, it looks like there's going to be 5 chapters, because there's the 4 lords, and we have to beat them. There's one at the end of each chapter, and then there's, like, the main guy, their big boss, so now that we're actually fighting Memento, once we beat her, there'll be like a little epilogue wrap-up just saying like, okay, you know, good job everybody, or whatever's going to set us up going into the next chapter. And then I'll be wrapping up the stream, and then, like I said, I know where my hard drive is. I just have to, like, get it while I'm, like, putting up my stream kit and stuff. I'll get the thing uploaded to, like, Google, my Google Cloud or something like that. So either way, I'll get it to you. You know what I mean? More than likely, it'll be in my Google Drive, though. Oh, Kirito himself, when the computer was playing, cast HP regen. Interesting. Is she healing? Oh no, she's charging up for like a laser attack. That's what it was. The way there was like light around her, I thought she was using like luminous element. I thought she was like healing for a minute. I wonder what kind of weapon we're gonna get with her resource. I mean, I guess one would guess a whip based off of like what she's using. Well, no, because the last guy we fought, he used a spear and we got an axe and a shield. Damn it, now I'm stuck as Rogu and Alice. I'm pissed that you can't, like, put Alice's, eye patch back on. Even, like, cosmetically. Like, that's just strange to me. Alright, Alice is about to be KO'd. Probably from this attack, plus the poison. Yeah, there goes Alice. I think Rogu's down too. Good, so now it's just Kirito and Yu-Gi-Oh! I can swap back to Kirito. Man, you remember how fucking fun it was to play as Eldrie? Man, I was sleeping, chat. I didn't... If I had known Eldrie had that kind of gameplay, he would have been in our party every time. I'm telling you, it literally would have been Medina, Sinon, and Eldrie the entire time. I can still get some counters on her. Why is my arts gauge not, like, filled yet? That beam attack does a lot of damage. Oh, speaking of my arts gauge. It got filled as I was dying. See, this is what I mean, like... I don't consider this to be one of the harder ones at all. The worst thing about it was getting through the prologue and the fucking... God, that crash after we beat the administrator. God, I feel like I still get PTSD about that. Every time there's a load screen that just lingers a little too long in this game. God, I don't think I've ever been more pissed on stream chat, like, or when I was streaming. That just... I don't actually. You know what? I don't know if I was pissed or just disappointed. I'm pissed about it now. Like when I think about it, because that fight is just terrible. The fact we had to do it a third time just still haunts me. But I will admit it was funny that the game crashed after beating the final boss the second time. I will admit it was quite humorous. That didn't mean it wasn't annoying. Is Kirito the only one up? Yeah, he is. But Alice is re-entering the fight now. Wow, we got our health pretty low. Let me, yeah, I'm gonna cast HP gain back. Just because we got our health pretty low. I said that and then like, oh no, Kirito didn't die. Nice. Where did this KO her? Oh, it might not do that much damage. No, it actually didn't even like heal me as much as I thought it would. Oh, we got her in break status. Can somebody like fatal her? Thank you. Alright, let's see if this was really the end of the fight, or are we gonna have to keep going? Because the fight with the other guy, it got interrupted, what, like 3 times? I mean, it's already the 4th time we fought her.
もう倒れてもおかしくないのに。
あら、どうしたの？もう少しで殺せるわよ。
あんたが降伏するならこっちは手出しをしない。
まあ、優しい提案。あなたたちのために生きるなんてごめんよ。平和主義なふりして傷つけるのは楽しい。これから私に突き刺す剣の感触。
Yeah, you ain't met Kirito before.
嘘よ。さあ楽しいと言って言いなさい。
Kirito gets no pleasure out of, like, killing enemies. Interesting line of dialogue from her. My king, I'll soon be with you, because he's still alive. So that would make it sound like she is assuming he's going to be defeated by us.
Kirito, 大丈夫？ああ、俺は大丈夫だ。カーディナル、聞こえるか？こちら。
ご苦労じゃった、キリト。地上で
Cool.
一応待機してくれていた
Cool, cool, cool.
ベルクーリたちも帰還させ。
ああ、
And there's the resource.
直接言うがありがとう。キリトキリト。メメントの武器のかけ
Wait, it would just...
よく
They've decided already they'd be used for Memento? I mean, used for, Rogu?
了解した。カーディナル殿。では第一部隊はこれより帰還する。
カッカどうされ
ファナティオ。いや、先ほど。そりゃお褒めに預かり光栄だ。
せっかちな人。陛下はもうひどく冷たくて恐ろしい。一度も
惚れた男が悪かったんだろうさ。
一つ呪いをかけてあげるわ。
Interesting.
誰にとは言わないけれど、あなたは
Yeah, I've...
するんだから。
Huh.
カッカ、最後に何をされたのですか？怪我でしたらすぐにカッカ。
気にするな。最後にちょっとした術を吐かれてな。これは呪いの魔除けのようなものだ。
メメントが呪いを？私
Interesting.
かけられたのは俺とお前だけだ。そう分かってしまっているのが自分でも呆れてしまうがな。
カッカ、
大丈夫だ。俺に任せ。
はい。ソルティリーナ先
That was funny from Medina.
今だけ私たちは木に
Not y'all are still poisoned. Where is the save at? Save points are disabled temporarily. All right. Well, let's get to where we can save. That's true. We didn't get the trophy pop yet. I think we have to at least go to the next floor or something. That's funny. It cut back to us. We were still poisoned.
ログ、昨日のあなた。
僕も聞いた。キリトにだけ話すつもりだったの。そっか。
いえ、本題はこちらです。これから先はさらに知れ。
右目を。でも高度な新生術ができる人は限られている。
I like Kirito said that. He was the only one who wouldn't know firsthand, you know what I mean?
すぐには両目の状態は慣れないかもしれないけど。
嫌じゃなければそうさせてほしい。でも俺なんかに。なんかじゃないログ。僕たちもね、同じような経験をした。
あなたは私なのに治療されたくないのかもしれ。
そんなことない。
仲間の助けになるのです。いいに決まっているでしょう。ね、キリト。
ああ、いい加減観念してアリスの言うことを聞い。
人聞きの悪い。
大丈夫だよ、ログ。
痛くありません。というか戦闘中。
そうだった。
では目を閉じ。
That's interesting. I thought he would still resist in getting his eye healed.
もういいですよ。
みんながいて俺を
なぜ泣くのですか？
そうだよログ。これは安堵の笑み。
治療成功してるよな。ぼやけずにちゃんと見えてるか？それぞれを指さしてみ。
キリト、ユージお兄ちゃん、アリス。
I like how that made I like how that made Alice smile there. And that was actually pretty big that he called Yu-Gi-Oh Oni-san like he's been calling him, so for brother. And then he called Alice Ne-san for sister. It was very nice of him. We just saved, but where the hell's the trophy pop? We have to go to the next floor? Let me, like, just step on the next floor and see. Because I see the objective now says get to floor 60. Which is where the next chapter would be. So let's just move down a layer and see what happens. That was nice that he called her Ne-san. Thank you, my play avatar. Let's go back. Yeah, we didn't get the trophy to pop. I don't know if it will over there, but it looks like there's water or something over there. I don't know. Either way, let's just go back up and save and return to title. Because the main thing is, we know we've finished the chapter. Yeah, we did finish it. We took out Memento. I don't know why the trophy didn't proc there, but either way, I don't want to like go forward and like get to another spot where like we can't, where saves are just cut off. Because from going from there, the next save wouldn't be till floor 50, I would imagine, unless like we get called back to Central Cathedral. Yeah, we can go ahead and save and return to title. We'll do the cube real quick, like always, to wrap up the stream. But so that's 2 of the 4 lords beat. We saw how he broke the seal of the right eye. I'm just glad they addressed it. I'm glad they addressed it in Chapter 2. I didn't think he would have got it healed this early, though, if at all. Especially after hearing his story, I didn't know if he would have got it healed at all. But I'm just glad, like, it didn't go into Chapter 3 before someone was like, so, about your missing eye. Like, I still think they should have done that in Chapter 1. That was the first thing I would have thought to ask him. Again, with Yu-Gi-Oh! And Alice being in the party, like, to me it's so obvious, like, yeah. Did the seal in your right eye, like, explode or some shit? Like, to me, like, it just seems like they should have said that. But at least, like, they finally got to it. And we'll take this. This is to upgrade, what, a bow? Upgrade armor, I'll take that. And more experience. I'll take that also in case, like, we ever need that. Which we may by the time we beat this for the final Arcane Arsenals. Because still, the next one was level 120. And we're only, what, 102, 103? So yeah, we might have to use those XP boost by the time we beat the DLC. If we can't beat the Arcane Arsenals, but we'll see. I know we have what, like 4 to do? Cause we got Rain 7, Philia, and Straya. So all that's left is Premier, Tia, Kureha, Zaleski, and Yui. But I don't know how they're going to do Yui's. I'm sure she's not going to be a party member. So I don't know how they're going to do Yui's. My assumption is there's only 4 left. Because I think they would group Premier and Tia together. That's my assumption. If they don't group Premier and Tia together, then I guess it's going to be 5 that we'll have left to do when we beat this DLC. Oh shit, I forgot this DLC had 2 endings also, so we have to... But we don't have to play through it twice. We have to beat the final boss, get the first ending, beat the final boss again, get the second ending, like the main game. I'm assuming. Either way, it'll put us at the divergent point. I do know that. But yeah, we'll go ahead. We'll stop there. Wrap up for the night. Thank you so much, Knights, for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. And thank you so much, Night Raid LP, for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Hope all y'all have a good rest of the night chat. Tomorrow, assuming I do stream tomorrow like I'm planning on it, since we did SAO today, tomorrow would be Monster Hunter. I haven't done any more Monster Hunter off stream, like leveling and stuff like that, or grinding, I mean. So we'll just have like everything to do with Monster Hunter. I haven't done any of it outside the one that I told y'all about. But if that changes, like if I do some on my lunch break tomorrow or whatever, I'll let y'all know like when we stream it. But planning to stream tomorrow, of course, as long as everything's fine with my hip and back and like work, shit like that, my mental health, y'all know. That would be Monster Hunter. Then Wednesday, like I said, that's going to be the treasure map stream in Treasure Cruise. So that'll be either around lunchtime or late afternoon or nighttime. It could be however I do based off of my availability of like work and stuff like that. But I'll keep you all updated. But that's the plan, assuming everything goes as intended. Monster Hunter tomorrow. Treasure map definitely Wednesday, regardless if we stream tomorrow or not. But either way, hope to see y'all tomorrow for some more Monster Hunter Rise. I don't know if we'll finish it tomorrow. We got, like 6 hunts to finish the DLC. The first ending of the DLC, and then we got to get to Master Rank 10 for the final 2 extra bosses. So I don't think we would finish Monster Hunter on the very next stream tomorrow. It would probably be at least 2 streams until we finish Monster Hunter. That's my thinking. Because we would finish that boss fight at what? Master Rank 6. Then we have to get to Master Rank 10. And then do the 2 final story fights. The one for Elgato and the one for Kimura Village. So, yeah, I don't think we would finish Monster Hunter in 1 stream. I think it's going to take at least 2. Yeah, I'm still going to get it because it's not too late. I'm going to go grab it now and stuff like that. So yeah, I'll get it messaged to you on Discord and stuff like that after I get it set up. Because I'm just going to cut the stream off, go grab the drive, and while I'm putting up my stream stuff, start getting it uploaded to Google Drive. I got to make sure there's enough memory on my Google Drive. If not, I got another email. I'll just switch over to the other one. But it should be on there, and I'll get it like taken care of for you and stuff like that. Well, I hope y'all have a good rest of your night, everybody. I will catch y'all next time, hopefully tomorrow. Thanks again, everybody. I'll see y'all later. Later, everybody.
What's a green room?